I love that man. Vim, I want you to run a one-shot called Pass the Bucket. Hello, everybody, and welcome to session
17
of Beyond the Pale. You can do that? Dude, I will 100% be a player in that one shot. Let me know, and I'm there for it. You really got Armo with that one. Oh, boss is muted.
Oh, is it actually just like Vim like role-playing himself and we're all just like at his own bar just getting housed? That's it. There's no like role-playing. We're just like, all right, wham.
It's just saving throws until you eventually throw up in a bucket.
Yeah, you're like, well.
Oh, that one tickled me just in the right spot.
Vim is good at that.
Mm.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh.
All right. Real quickly, I wanted to give some thanks to some people who have followed since our last stream. So, Distal's Place, who is always a welcome friend of the channel. We love Distal's Place here. Thank you for the follow. Scorch Queen Ceci, Ari Boberi, Pixelated Bunny, Supernatural Stitch, and Carrie Murph. Thank you all so much for the follows.
Mm.
All right, so we are down a couple of players today.
We are 12 falls away from affiliate. Holy shit.
We are.
Ooh.
Yeah. We are 4 streams in on this channel, and we are 12 follows away. And I think, including today, 3 more streams on separate days, and Tavern of Worlds is officially affiliate, which means we can then get custom emotes.
Oh, you have to do
Just-
like a set amount of streams too? Mm.
Yeah, so it's you have to have a certain average viewership, which we are well past. You have to reach 50 followers. You have to stream a certain amount of time. I believe it's 8 hours, which we've easily already destroyed. And then we have to stream on seven separate days, all that within like 30 days, except for the reaching 50 followers. That one's just kind of
Once you hit it.
Yeah. But yeah,
To request one Healy emote.
Just
I'm thinking
yelling into a barrel.
I'm thinking like once Tavern of Worlds has hit affiliate, we can just start making emotes for each of our campaigns for whatever campaign is running. So since Beyond the Pale right now is the premier campaign,
Mm.
Beyond the Pale.
Already got some made. I got a squealy one made. I got
exactly.
I got some good berries.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then just hit the nail on the head. We could just swap it out when we got a different campaign running. But we are down 2 players today. Horns is doing some fantastic traveling, and Amarasi unfortunately did not get much sleep last night. We are wishing him the best. Amarasi, hope that you're getting some good rest, my dude.
Mm.
But even though it is the 4 of these players, the party, and myself, it will not be any less fun. With that being said, when we last left off, you all had just encountered a group at a campsite northeast of where you previously were. One of you just barely missed getting a shave by an axe that was thrown, and one of you was invisible, making sweet, sweet love to a bush, being so loud that even though you were invisible, some guy's got a crossbow pointed right at you. And then you pointed out to them, while invisible, that you also have a crossbow, even though you don't have it out and are using it. And
I'm trying to make friends, okay?
And
I was wondering. A buff. She's like, I have a crossbow too. Yeah, you just can't see it. Wink, wink.
And a Leonin was charging at another one of you. So, with that being said, let's get right back to where we were.
Ooh.
Real quickly. Zamtrok, you had yelled out to the group right before we
Yes.
ended last session. Roll persuasion for me.
Yeah, don't mind that. That was just my test roll.
Oh, I guess I should ask, is this technically fighting?
We're
Combat?
about to find out.
Okay.
Zamtrok?
20
Ooh.
total.
Yeah, 20 total persuasion. He basically because he just yelled out, "We are the third expedition. Are you the second?" Recognizing that there was a Leonin in that party.
And you see, and you yell this, and as you were yelling this, the Leonin has already closed the distance, and an axe comes down right next to Horns, and she stops.
And I was also moving to intercept to, catch a block.
There is no fight now because the Leonin with her axe, her broad axe buried into the ground, stops and is just looking at you, Zamtrok. She doesn't seem to be making any other moves.
Do you speak common?
Yes, I speak common.
Oh, great. Are you from the second expedition? Are the rest of you here?
We are the second expedition.
You're
Ah.
it?
Sweet.
Healy, you see a person who is in a suit of armor with the crossbow pointed at roughly where you're at. He's far enough away, he has not heard any of the conversation that's happening between Zamtrok and the Leonin.
You know, it's kind of rude to point crossbows at people who are trying to be your friends.
Where are the rest of you? I thought there were a lot more of you. We met an old man on the road here, but he was heading back to a village.
So the old fool has been found then.
Yeah, he wasn't doing too well in the woods.
We urged him not to leave, but he did anyways. The Leonin brings herself up to a full stance, hand still on the handle of her broadaxe. I am Shiraz.
Good to meet you.
Who are you?
I'm Zamtarok Stormfury.
Healy. Oh, go ahead, boss.
I'm going to mind link, since being mind linked with Max. Am I close enough to hear their conversation or no?
You were close enough to hear Zamtrok yell out. You
And
were
then
not
I've
close
seen
enough to
them
hear
talk.
the rest of the conversation.
And can I see across the way that a person in armor is pointing a crossbow at a bush?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
I'm also going to say that it's going to be a difficult perception check just because, since, as far as I'm aware, you and Healy both being invisible, you can't see her.
Nope.
Correct. Yeah. So it's
So
just
you
more
don't
like
know for certain that
her
he's pointing
location.
exactly. You don't know for certain that he's pointing a crossbow at her.
Yeah. I just want to see if I see him. Oh, nope. Get it out of the way right now. Good. All right. Well, Healy, you're dead.
Them bushes
Not
are
yet.
nice bushes.
So,
Okay, so then if I can't see her,
Wow,
okay, I'm sorry. I'll wait
bushes.
till you're done.
Zama's gonna call out that they're friendly, I think.
Well, so mind linking to Max, scene 1 and whatnot. Just remember, we found 3 tracks, and we've only seen 1, maybe.
Aren't
2.
I mind linked still too?
Yeah, but I'm talking directly to him since I don't know where the hell you are. I'm ignoring warning you. So if you get shot, that's on you.
If I get shot, I'm calling a pack of wolves. They're all dying. And I'm eating the heart.
Just across the board. So yeah, if I can't see Healy and the person, and all I see is the Shiraz,
yeah,
then
Healy, at this point, I'm starting to think you just want to eat the heart.
I kind of do.
Like,
I
you
wanna see
threaten
what
it so
happens.
often, I think that you just secretly want to eat the heart no matter what happens.
I brought 2 plagues to this land. Might as well go 3 for 3, right?
we should check inside the box, and she's just actually been nibbling the entire time. Like, okay, just a little.
My
It's
precious.
so tasty.
Yeah.
Max, what are you doing during this?
I mean, I was mid
Yeah.
interception as the barbarian was closing in because I wasn't that far from horns.
Yeah.
And I had said before we ended that I was going to move to intercept to
Mm.
be like pretty much a shield for whoever she was going at. But after hearing that, Max is gonna look at the Leon and go, "Is there 3 of you or just the 2?"
And who is this one?
What do you
That-
mean? We're all the 3rd expedition.
Your name, Scaly One.
Maximus Primordial. And you, Furball?
Perhaps your smooth head does not have the ears to hear. I said I am Shiraz.
Kind of hard to hear when I'm having to defend my people. This
I know
armor,
well.
as he pulls on it, is a bit heavy and clanky.
I know well the task of defending one's own. Healy, you hear the man in the armor call out. Whoever's there in the bushes, come out peacefully. And he's got
Right
a
here.
crossbow trained on you.
I'm out of the way.
I am here.
Immediate
does-
confusion.
He's just confused.
Oh, my bad. Can I get an uninvisible? But no one can hear me, right? So I'm just like,
I mean, they can hear you, just they can't see you.
I'm gonna mind link to boss and be like, so I'm trying to make friends with this guy, but he can't see me. He got a crossbow though. We can be crossbow friends.
Yeah. What's he look like?
A dude with a crossbow.
Human, elf,
Armored?
like us?
Yeah.
So, Healy, the figure that you see is clad in full plate armor, has a great sword strapped to his back, but no helmet, and you can see a younger fellow with white hair.
Oh. Is he an elf? Does he have pointy ears?
As far as you can see from this range, he does not have pointy ears. He appears to be a human.
So he's big and shiny and has white hair. So I guess he's all the way shiny.
Big and shiny, wearing armor.
Yeah.
Human?
Human question mark? He's got white hair.
Hmm.
So I'm questioning it.
Possibly Roderick?
Listen, I'm not gonna pretend I know how to read.
No, I'm telling you, that's in the journal. That's probably Roderick.
I love that boss is telling you, and you're just like, I'm not going to pretend to know how to read. Well, we're not reading. Tell me.
So also, if you're invisible, you can just choose to not be invisible.
But I thought I thought Rossi was making us invisible.
I guess that's true. Like out of character, would it be the person with the spell cast on them or the spellcaster?
It doesn't
I think it's the
say.
caster.
It looks like it's the
Is it-
caster, but the
Mhm.
spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. So you can attack.
I'm gonna cast
you can-
Druidcraft.
Thank you. Jesus.
I'm gonna make it smell like a nice meadow and say, "Hey, Roderick, I'm Healy."
Also, Healy, just a reminder, there's supposed to be 3 of them, so we could only see 2.
So as soon as you do
I'm not
that,
gonna pretend I
Healy,
know how to count.
God.
as soon as you do that, Healy, and you appear in front of him, his crossbow comes back up. How do you know my name?
Something about a book and a journal and an expedition. I don't know. I wanted to write a ship. And now we're here. Our friends are on something called an expedition.
Maximus, it appears Healy is having a conversation with Roderick, who's pointing a crossbow at her. You might want to.
That sigh is audible, by the way.
Yep. I figured.
I just... Can we all just come to the road? Please. Look.
My friends are this way.
He takes his shield, tosses it to the side, and tosses his weapon down. No harm. Let's be friends.
Hmm.
And then he's gonna mind lead back to boss. Keep an eye out for the third.
So
And, he's Max is saying this loud enough for that anybody in the woods would hear this.
You're calling out basically.
Yeah.
So
Uncle
Shiraz
Max said, "Let's go."
Shiraz
Uncle
seeing you putting your shield on the ground at the footpath that's more or less been carved by some traffic coming here and away. Shiraz does like a low whistle, and Healy, you hear the whistle. The person pointing the crossbow at you also hears the whistle, looks over at Shiraz, sees everybody more or less peacefully gathered, and lowers his crossbow. And he begins to walk over towards the road.
Okay, I follow him.
Shiraz is Leafin still with you?
He is. He is by the lake, trying to gather some food for us.
Good. We have a lot of news to tell you guys. The expeditions in general have basically, our missions have drastically changed.
And about this time, the figure in armor is beginning to walk over. You also see another figure emerge. Boss, you see it first. A blonde woman in chainmail and armor with a not quite a cloak, but a cloth that covers it as well. Just the chest piece.
A tabard?
Yes, thank you.
Does she appear like she's walking towards us, or like she's more coming out of hiding?
She's coming out of hiding.
Good. I'm gonna mind link to Max and Healy. It looks like the third party member, the cleric Aerith, is making her way towards you as well.
I think it's good for you to come out. But be dramatic if you wish.
Please be dramatic.
I'm not going to be dramatic.
Please.
Please be edgy.
The drama.
Erlith? Irlith? Whatever her name is. How do you pronounce it?
Erlith.
Yeah. So I try to brush up on my characters. It's like, oh, well, I should probably know these people. I'll start moving closer, but I'm still going to stay in hiding.
Walk up and pull her hair. Disappear in a bush.
And everybody begins to sort of congregate near where Shiraz and the three of you were at, or rather the four of you were at. And the figure that had the crossbow has finally reached that spot with you.
Do
What are
you
you guys
want
doing?
to talk here? Or did we want to go back to wherever you're camped? At this lake?
Shiraz looks over at the figure in the armor and says, "They claim to be the third expedition." And he begins to sort of consider it, and then he nods and waves for you to come with him.
I talked with this weirdo for 3 seconds. I believe this is an expedition.
Did you want our documents? We literally have a paper for that.
There'll be time for that. First, let's get everybody gathered up over at the camp.
You just gather your party before venturing.
Max is gonna resummon the blade to his hand, brush it off, and be like, "Shh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." And he's just gonna put it like back in the sheath very gingerly, and then pick up his shield.
Tom's just gonna like look towards him with like a raised eyebrow, like, Max, are you okay?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Worry about your damn self. But you get back over to the camp, and you see the three of them there. And you see that they have 5 tents set up. And the first armored figure that Healy saw puts his crossbow down and extends a hand out. Roderick Zeva.
I guess Tom's gonna take it if no one else makes a move.
I figured he was doing that towards Healy.
Didn't know who he was doing that towards.
He's just doing that to any of you.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring Squealy out and hold Squealy up, and Squealy's gonna shake his hand.
You're gonna bring Squealy out, and he's gonna like kind of lower his hand in confusion before Squealy can shake his hand.
So Squealy, you didn't get to meet her because you had a crossbow pointed
No.
at me.
Don't mind her. She's
Insane.
a child.
Is she insane or is she a child?
Yes.
I mean, are children not insane?
I am not a father, so I'm afraid I cannot.
They're a little
speak to
wild.
that. Though I suppose Leafin would be able to answer that.
Leapin, the old guy that I helped.
No. Leapin's the guy we've been looking for that we got his family to safety.
Oh.
Family to safety. What are you talking about?
We, like I said, we should probably gather him. We have some serious news about both of our expeditions and how their missions have drastically changed.
Are you gonna tell them about my friend?
Later, yeah.
Okay.
Seems like much has happened.
Yes.
Although I do not feel entirely comfortable welcoming you all without at least knowing your names.
Well, I'm Zomtrox Stormfury. And the child is Healy. And the Dragonborn is Max. And our other friends are Horns here, our musical talent. And Marasi. Science?
Dirt connoisseur.
Dirt connoisseur, yeah.
Terrible introductions.
Boss, are you over with them as well?
Well, I'm nearby the camp, but still trying to stick around, like unseen, just to see how it plays out.
Okay.
And then somewhere around here, we have another friend who's probably checking bushes or something out.
What part of don't give away all information do people not understand?
Real quickly, thank you so
Listen.
much for the raid there. Francois? I don't know if
Francois.
I'm saying that
Francois.
right. Please let me know if I'm saying that right. If not, please let me know how to say it right. But welcome, raiders, and welcome everybody that came in with them.
So yeah, we're the third expedition.
So Roderick points over towards the Leonin and says, "Well, you've already met me. This is Shiraz, and then over there is Erlith Pontifex.
We've heard of you.
And around here somewhere is Leithen, trying to find some food for us, and over by the lake as well is Talus, our shipmaster, trying to fish."
I know fish.
Healy, sweetie. Shh. For now, please.
Crossbow. I know crossbow. Fish. I know fish.
No one said she's good at making friends.
I'm going to
Thank
change the
you.
title of this episode to Healy Recognizes Things.
Fish, crossbow. These are things.
Healy finally is working on intelligence.
Oh, time for another lozenge.
Identify objects with Healy. This is a crossbow. That is a fish.
That is poison, and this is a doom box.
D&D Blues Clues. Can you find the poison?
I was gonna say like Dora the Explorers, Healy the
Oh my
the
gosh,
learner.
she is.
Healy the learner.
I do have my sidekicks.
Yeah, she's like Healy the learner. She's like,
And I'm
hola,
proficient
soy
in Navigator.
Healy.
And I'm proficient in Navigator's tools, so I could have a map.
Find the map. Where's the map?
Healy, the expeditioner.
Okay. But after he throws you a sort of like confused glance, one of several he's done today, he's offers
You
for
get
you all
used
to sit near the campfire and wait for Talus and Leafin to make their way back.
Wonderful.
And while you all are waiting, they basically tell you about more or less kind of what they've experienced so far. Them crossing the Pale, their ship getting destroyed, their mage, Farnus Lighthammer, getting lost at sea. Each of them waking up at different spots along the beach and eventually finding each other. And then they've been exploring ever since, basically.
They're gonna be pissed to know I made friends with it.
I mean, maybe not.
Oh, don't please.
So,
As it begins to become sundown, Leafin comes back with dragging a buck behind him. What do you guys do?
Is it
Leafin,
dead or
hey,
alive?
He's not dragging a live buck behind him. It is very dead.
Okay.
It's not.
this
it's
is my
not
new
still kicking.
mount.
Just
That would be
cover-
great.
Why would you assume he's dragging a good deer? Why would you assume that?
That's a very muscular
Zero
Leafin that's
defense,
like
just
it's
like-
kicking, but he's just still holding on and dragging it.
Leafin
Thought
is
he meant like he had a
Healy,
rope
It's like-
around it and was leading it to camp.
and he's just like, "This is my friend and my new mount."
It's like
No one-
screaming, and
missed
he's
the
just
buck.
dragging it anyways.
I can just see Leafin now is talking like everybody expects Barbarian to. Leafin got mountain. Leafin bring deer. And deer's like,
This am friend now.
My dude.
This is gonna be a great session.
Yep.
Mm.
Zom, when Leafin comes in, Zom's just like, "Oh, hey, Leafin, do you want a hand with that?"
Leafin just looks at you guys because he's never seen you before. And he is like, and he looks over at Roderick, and Roderick just sort of like puts a hand up. And like, they're the third expedition.
Yeah,
Just-
yeah, they're a bunch of idiots. Don't worry. Okay.
Yeah, I just want you to know that like every time somebody's just like, "Hey, I know you," and the person's like, "What the fuck?" Max is just like, "I swear to God, they would never have made it as mercenaries. Like, they'd be dead."
Why would Healy want to be a mercenary?
I'm not saying want, just saying how you guys act.
Hilarious. We just killed all three of these people and then came back to the camp like, "Hi, we're only covered in blood because we were hunting." Anyway,
You have a hunter with you. We could make that work.
does Leafin respond or does he just stare at Zom?
Well, after after Roderick, like basically reassuring him that it's okay, and then telling him that it's a third expedition, he drops he lets go of the leg of the buck carcass that he was dragging, and he darts over and he's like, have you news of my family?
Yes.
Are they well?
They are, thanks to me, us.
Subtle. Me, us. It's true.
Sounds like these people, as far as we know, are friendly, so he doesn't have any reason to lie.
No, it's just like me. It's like, yeah, you ran all the way back and saved him, so that's a fair statement. Yeah, me.
Yeah.
Nearly died.
Us is like, that's fair.
I hope Mr. Pig's okay.
Ugh, yeah. Mr.
Hope
Pig
he's
is
been
probably.
eaten.
Oh, I was like tired. 'Cause we have
No.
7 Miss Pigs now.
They're actually at New Haven right now.
New Haven, where's
The
Is
settlement
that-
that we established.
Zom, wait for the last so we don't have to tell the story 7 times, please.
Yes, I know. We would like to wait for Talos so that everyone gets the same information all at once. And you may want to
Sit down.
be sitting down when I tell the story.
Are we surrounded by like some decent sized trees? Because I'm
Yeah.
guessing we're still in the forest.
Yes. Except the trees now are a bit more trees like oaks and pines.
Hmm.
You guys have moved away from the tropical area
Mhm.
you guys were in.
Still in a forest, so I'm happy.
Yep.
Okay.
Later, just before the sun finishes setting, you see the last of the second expedition, Talus Salt, arrive with a stick carrying about 7 or 8 fish.
No, they're not live viewing.
See them, so if there are any fish I haven't seen yet, I can turn into them.
Have you seen trout before?
No. Adding it to the list. I can turn into a trout. I have to find my list.
But also, similarly, he arrives and is alarmed to see a larger number of people at the camp than he's used to, and Fearlith takes the fish from his shoulder and then goes, "We have guests." Now, aside from the one member that you had previously seen before, and the one member who got lost at sea, the entire second
Everyone's
expedition is
here.
there with you.
So I'm gonna tell them you all may want to sit down for this because this is There's a lot to be told.
Might as well tell this over food.
Yeah, is one of you a cook?
Talus sort of like everybody kind of looks at Talus, and then he looks at the others and he goes, "Just because I served on ships doesn't mean that I'm the best cook here. Right? So stop judging my fucking food."
I can cook if you like. I'm actually an accomplished chef.
Immediately, the three others looking, like the four others looking, go, "Yes, please."
Please,
I-
please.
I'll go get some twigs. We're gonna need a fire.
Well, they have a fire
Max
going
gets-
already
Oh, did they? Okay.
because they've
I know.
had a camp set up.
Then never mind.
You can call some bugs.
Don't.
Why?
I
Why?
just don't. Just because I swear to God, I'm going to end
Ooh.
up just shield smacking the shit out of Healy this
Very
session.
nice.
Mhm.
Zamtrok, what you cooking?
Deer and meat and fruit.
And it's some of the best deer meat and fruit that y'all have had. For them, you see as they're eating, they're almost at like a couple of them start crying. You don't even need insight to tell this is the first decent meal they've had in a while.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you guys have had it very lucky having a chef or a cook.
You are welcome.
As you all finish eating and Erlith begins to gather up stuff to try to clean it, she looks over at you two, Zamtrok and Maximus, and goes, "You told us that we should be sitting for some news, but all of us are here now. What news?"
Let me start with the beginning of it. Flamehearth was sacked and burned to the ground. It is no more, as far as we are aware. The Order of Cinders, fanatical militant cult, came down from Faldria and destroyed the northern fort, came through and burned down a village, and continued to Flamehearth and sacked the entire city. Massive army. We barely got away. We escaped with as many refugees as we could aboard a couple of ships. 3 ships. One is now harbored to, I believe, now Bard in Southwest. 2 of them are actually. A third was lost when we went through the Pale. We've learned a lot about the land and the Pale itself, and several other instances going on. That city that we are from, as far as we know, our benefactors and yours are likely dead. We are, to all intents and purposes, this island, this continent, wherever we are, this is now home. Leaving the reason I said that we were aware of your family and that me and us saved them was because during the sacking, prior to the sacking, we had met them, talked to them about your expedition a little, and we saved them from the fire. They are also at New Haven. Your wife and daughter.
Actually, while he says that, I'd like to do a little whistle from the side of the camp.
As soon as you do that, they all draw their weapons and stand up.
And I take out the wrapped letters from them, and I throw them to Leafin. Just to show that we're not all liars.
They look at each other and they look over at you, and then they look over at Max and Zamtrok and Healy, and
That's boss.
Ignore him. He's a grumpy pants.
I was just the nice guy and gave the guys his letters. All right, you're all welcome.
Yes.
but
A little jumpy.
Zamtrok, while you're going through and describing, and I don't even need insight rolls from you guys for this, the minute you begin talking about the destruction of Flamehearth, you can see the look of despair on each of their faces. Shiraz is enraged. And then the moment that you mention the Order of Cinders, you see Erlith, her eyes widen. And she casts a glance over at Roderick.
Yep.
We have established New Haven as basically a new home. Anyone who is on the refugee ships is now there. We basically set up a governmental body, and they're doing their best to survive. And in the meanwhile, we were exploring, trying to map out more of the land, and also in hopes to find you, which we now have. We had hoped that when we met, we could return with you to New Haven so that people could hopefully bolster spirits in the knowledge that the second expedition was here and made it. And also possibly to join forces in continuing to map out some of the land and exploring what is now essentially our new home. Because to the best of our knowledge and what we have learned, there really isn't a going back through the Pale. Being that your ship was destroyed, you probably have first-hand knowledge of the beast that lives in the Pale, that is the Pale Lights.
My friend.
There it is.
Talus looks over at you with like a scornful glance.
You call
Healy
a beast
interacted.
like that a friend, Missy?
She makes friends with lots of things.
I like animals. And the Pale Lights are an animal.
The Pale Lights are a demon. I doubt a Missy like you could be friends with such a thing.
I'm working on
Well,
it, okay? He's
she-
trying not to be friends with me. I'm gonna get...
She talked to it, and that discussion and its intercession, as well as the intercession of, from what it said to Healy, the gods, is why our ships were allowed to pass without being destroyed.
You can tell that this is a lot of information. for them all
Yep,
to
that's
take
why I
in
told him
and
to sit the fuck
process.
down.
They're all thinking, why did the stupid one get to be the messenger?
No,
We were all thinking the same thing.
you can see, and you can, like, they begin to each kind of, like, ask different things and talk amongst themselves about different things. You see Shiraz, like, have, like, a snarl on her face. She doesn't say much. She just seems to be
We-
pissed. You
We
see,
can say that
sorry, I was gonna say, you see Leafin at first is absolutely that he's confused because, of course, when he asked you about his family, you said that they were fine. But then you talked about the sacking of Flamehearth, and he was like concerned, distraught, and confused. So my wife and child are in New Haven.
yes, I ran the flames in the sacking of Flamehearth to ensure that they would survive. I carried them to the docks. With Amarasi's help, because it was a long run. Dangerous.
What? Chopped liver?
Yes, I'm sorry. Maximus also opened a door for us.
Oh, but I cleared the. You know what? Time. This is not the time for semantics. Tell your story.
And Leafin sort of like gets on his knees and bows down, and you hear him like faintly from his head being bowed say like,
Bumtrot reaches down, grabs his shoulder, and pulls him up to stand. And says, Leafin, we're all equal here now. You bow to no man.
You saved my family.
Of course.
I owe you a great debt.
If I could have saved more, I would have.
I'm sure you would have. That does not
Draws-
negate the debt that I owe you.
Thank you.
If ever you need someone, I'm your man.
Thank you.
And Leafin looks over at the rest of the group while they're talking about what to do with this information, and he asks them basically,
I would like to go to New Haven and see my family.
oh, if you're talking
Did-
Armo, we can't.
No,
hear
I'm
you.
talking to my wife.
Okay.
Did
It was a
I
message.
would love to leave the North. Let's go to New Haven.
So here's the picture.
Do you all have a map that you might have made on your way this far to the northeast?
We've been trying to explore as best as we can. Wherever we can, of course, but none of us are necessarily skilled cartographers.
Zahn
And-
points to Horns and says, we do.
and they begin to show you what they have mapped. Since you guys are not mapping this, you guys do not get the XP for it,
Oh,
unfortunately.
Take some open back though.
that's fine. As long as it opens up more of the map, it'd be great.
Yeah.
So,
You're talking
They-
about we're XP min maxers. Boss takes the map and throws it in the fire. No,
he's like, no, we won't get
Yeah.
experience
You guys don't
for
under-
this.
yeah. we can't level up, you fucking nerds. They're like, what? Okay.
talking about? Boss, why did you destroy our only map?
Yeah,
Boss mistakenly throws both maps in the fire.
you're like, oh shit. Ooh.
And that's when Max loses it and kills everyone.
Yeah.
Ah,
Max kills Boss, Keely eats the heart. TBK guy.
That's right.
But they show you that they have basically mapped the river all the way that it goes. And a bit further.
Ooh.
Map,
Dude.
map.
Here.
Oh,
And then they also mapped out a little bit more of this area here.
Mhm.
And then they've also mapped out more of the area that you guys are immediately in. And also that you are right next to a lake.
Ooh.
Keely's planning on screaming at more fishes, you can just tell.
If they're not in buckets, they won't be yelling.
That's
Rather
fair. That's-
sizable lake, actually.
Why can't
So
I
that is
add
all
a note?
what is revealed for you guys.
Mhm.
I'm just basically going to direct this to Max and Horns to try and add this to our map.
I will say, since you guys are basically just copying a map, automatic success.
God damn it,
Yeah.
Keely.
I'm just gonna say automatic success because you can very clearly see it and then see if you make a mistake and correct it. So, and you have proficiency with the tools. But
Mm. It's a great name. It's a great name.
What's a great? What?
Nothing. I mean,
Camp
don't worry
friendship.
about it. That's fine. Woo, boss thinks the name's okay. 10 out of 20. Okay.
10 out of 20.
Camp friendship. All right, let me actually put the campsite here on there for you. So mapping background. Draw a circle. Get this camp made. Boom. There you go.
Shoo-wee.
Wee-wee. So you now can see the entire length of this river, which
It's the size of a freaking river.
it's
Yeah, it's huge.
a huge
I want
river.
to jump in the lake so bad.
Jump in the what?
Jump in the lake.
Oh.
Let's see
Well,
all the
it's
fish.
nighttime now, so
Maybe
I
I'll
mean,
find a Nessie.
nothing could possibly go wrong jumping into a lake at night.
Yeah, especially a young elf who keeps telling us that she can't swim.
I mean,
Let's
that's like already the setup for like Halloween.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh God, no.
All of a sudden, just this hockey mask wearing monster comes out of the lake.
You're like,
I still make
Snatches
friends with it
you.
somehow.
that's
Like,
right.
guys, I have a friend named Jason.
What's the name of that camp from the movies?
I don't
Crystal Lake.
remember.
Crystal Lake.
Crystal Lake.
Can we name? That's it.
Right. Golly.
It's
Okay.
spooky season. Let's go.
That means this camp is Camp Crystal Lake.
Is it CH or CR?
CR? CRYSTAL? Crystal.
Hope you don't mind, Zima. We're just taking over your map. Just get the fuck out of the way.
Well, if that's what you guys have decided, that is officially the name
Oh.
of this lake.
We need to make a new camp right here for Camp
Right,
Crystal
right
Lake.
where the river hits the lake.
We have to
Camp
act like,
Crystal Lake.
I'm
have
gonna
to act
put
like
that-
teenagers making poor decisions so he can judge us and stab us to death.
It's partway on.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I'll cover that for him.
Just-
We'll make you a hockey mask out of tree bark.
That's right.
Yeah.
Monster was always Max. He's like, mm-mm, mm-mm.
It's a crossover between Jason Voorhees and, the cannibals from Forest.
Maximus Voorhees.
So
Yeah, Primordial is my fake name.
you, in the midst of Leafin also asking about getting to go back and see his family, you also hear Erlith very concerned, and she's in particular talking with Roderick. I
Hmm.
can't believe the other Faldrians would do this. I'm not going to be welcome at New Haven.
Yes, you will.
That is not true.
Says who?
You might not be, but I'm not either. Welcome to the club.
I'm a cleric from Faldria, and the Order of Cinders are clerics and paladins of a different order, but we can't trust that the people of New Haven will know the difference.
Well, we do have a Dragonborn from Faldria and a Artificer from there as well. They know where they're from and
That's
how they saved them. Paltheria. Damn it, that's right,
Paltheria,
Faldria.
yeah.
Paltheria. Peas.
B names. Damn
mind.
the B name.
Disregard.
I mean,
But you do have one
Horns.
person that is from Faldria.
yeah, it's like Horns is from Fall.
Horns. That's right. I knew
I was
one of
gonna
these
say.
fuckers is.
Yep.
Damn it. All right, where's Horns? Get off that plane.
Right now. And jump out.
We established New Haven as an independent city because it is.
And we terrified them.
We essentially have laid down a law of equality to the best of our ability. The few nobles who made it aboard the refugee ships after we had built a sufficient home originally wanted to retake their positions as leaders of the communities. Needless to say, we had something to say about that. We are there. There are no longer Floridians and Faldrians. We are all now New Havians, New Havenites, New Haveners. We're, this is where we are. Going back through the Pale isn't at this as to the best of our ability and knowledge. Going back is not an option. We all have to make it here.
Talus sort of
So-
draws himself up near the fire.
You'll be saying that there's a ship harbored at New Haven that we cannot sail back through the Pale.
It'll
How
be
is
destroyed.
there
And
no
everyone on
way
it would be
back?
killed. Because
Can
the
answer
Pale
that.
Lights. Keela could probably answer that. Actually, she's talked to the Pale Lights.
So me and my friend Mr. Lights, we had the
Not
he was able to let us through, but he said if we come back that he will have to murder us. And I said, fair enough.
Anyone who goes back through, anyone who tries to sail back through would be destroyed.
Yeah.
We were followed by an armada of the Order of Cinders into the Pale to get here. And aside from a few survivors who made it were rescued by some of the villagers who didn't know any better, there are few others who are here, as far as we know. None other that we have found who are still alive from the Order of Cinders.
You see, once you mentioned that they were that you guys were followed by an armada, you see Erlith and Roderick and Talus look at each other. And you can see sort of puzzle pieces coming together.
I can tell you that justice, however, was served on
Yeah, we watched their ships get destroyed.
not the ships, on the leader of this attack.
I mean, both.
You mean Deshandra?
Full of his ashes.
Yes, I mean Deshandra.
But Erlith then looks over at Roderick and says, like,
Do you think it's possible that it's them?
it would certainly make more sense.
What do you mean then?
We got word from some of the villagers that there's been groups of armored zealots appearing further to the north, burning down swaths of forest. Smaller groups, but the villagers haven't been able to handle it. Some of them have been considering calling up their ancestors. Seems some of the remnants of the Cinders have regrouped here. But on the bright side, they seem to have been heading further and further north.
How far north?
That may not be good news.
Too far north. Any north is too far north.
They point on their map.
The last that we heard, they were around this area.
And they ping right about here.
Has your group learned anything from the villagers, aside from these Order of Cinders, about the land, about the past, about the first expedition, about the plague?
We learned about the Plague Wars. We learned about the first expedition helping fight. Aside from that, some of us have experienced flashes of visions. Some of us have seen people we knew in Flamer. Mirages of them.
We have as well. But to our knowledge, and what we have learned, the thing, the living plague beast that they fought, its body was taken north by the first expedition.
You see Erlith and Zevra look at each other, and Talus immediately begins to back away from the fire. Oh, I does not like the sound of that. Nope.
Me either. This guy's smart.
Which is why we probably want to regroup to New Haven as quickly as possible.
But if the body of the plague, you says, was taken north, it's not like the Order of Flames can do much with a corpse.
Hey, you know of.
As far as we are aware. But there was talk that individuals who interacted with or had some touching interaction with plague or its minions became corrupted themselves. If the Order of Cinders were to find that body, they may become a new plague army for this thing. It was like a god. That's why it could not be killed, and the first expedition had to separate it from its heart.
I fucking hate this island.
Me too.
Fucking hate this island.
We are bonding so much today.
You see Talus look over at Roderick, and
I told you we never should have gone on this fucking expedition. I told you the Pale was cursed. There was no point in us crossing. We were all gonna die. And look, one of us has died, and now a plague army may be coming.
Succinct.
So it may behoove us to get back, notify New Haven, and possibly we now have a new mission.
Look, I'm gonna be real honest here.
Mm-mm.
You are.
If we are going to have to fight an army, I'd rather have the second there to defend. If we're gonna go out as the vanguard, this way we at least know the town has some kind of help.
I mean, you did train the guards yourself.
Yes, but they can only do so much. These four here have seen what's coming. Experience will be the benefactor in a defense.
Hey, Zima, where are we with it? Where Camp Friendship is that where we are now?
yes,
We ride the Eagles to New Haven.
there is a
Ride
way
the
back.
Eagles to Mordor.
There is a way back that is pretty speedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could get to the river and just travel back down. We have a big canoe.
So, those of the second, can I entrust you to take care of New Haven if we all make it back there?
I mean, hell,
If.
we did just drop a bomb on them. It's been
Yeah.
a lot of information. We could give them at least a night to sleep on it.
Well, I'm not saying we need to leave today. I'm asking for a general yes or no.
Hell, they might want to come with us.
Sorry, this thing is being... There we go. Sorry. I was adjusting some of the stuff on the map.
You're good.
Shiraz, you can see, is visibly not happy with the idea of just being contained to New Haven. Insight roll from each of you, please.
Ooh. I am so smart.
Uh,
10 out of 10 genius here.
10 out of 10. Ooh.
Ooh.
Very nice.
And I don't even need a nat 20. Get off me, man. I'll take that. But that was a 19, so I mean, pretty.
So Zamtarok, Boss,
Close.
and Healy. All of you can see, obviously, that Shiraz is not happy with the idea of being contained to New Haven. Talus, very obviously, is perfectly fine with being contained to New Haven. The two that are a bit harder of a read, though. Well, and also Leafin is also very... Whether or
He
not
wants
he
to go to his
stays
family.
there, he wants to go to New Haven. The two that are the harder read is Roderick and Erlith. Boss and Healy. Max and Zemtruck, you two could deafen for just 1 second.
Yes,
Just
Elf Team 6.
God,
Woo!
Just
damn
1
it.
second.
Woo!
You two can see that there is concern from Erlith. And she is looking to Roderick for reassurance. And you can see a sort of loving, reassuring glance from Roderick. And he just sort of gives a nod. And you both can kind of infer it's going to be okay from him. There's definitely a lot more going on with them. But that's sort of the insight that you get from that.
Hey, a little love on the battlefield. I like it.
Is there a reason you're concerned about going back?
Because at this point now they can...
Yeah.
So if you want to say that again.
Is there a reason you're super concerned? Because I have a really nice camp. We call it Healy Summer Camp, right outside of town. If it's that bad where you don't feel comfortable in town, you can at least be outside of town.
You see Roderick look over at Erlith and then look over at you guys, and he just sighs and...
She's already dealt with judgment in Flamehearth. Even though she healed wounded on the battlefield in the Everfens after the war ended, she was still viewed as a Faldrian. I appreciate what you've said, but I do want to make sure that she's not going to experience the same judgment twice, especially since it was Faldrians that attacked and destroyed Flamer.
I have a good handle on at least the security of the town. We can provide protection, push come shove. Or you kind of like cracks a knuckle real quick. I can knock some sense into people. I am just itching for a reason.
He holds his hand up. That
If they won't have her, I don't want to fight them.
Hmm.
We'll just.
I
simply
also
choose-
provided them their first source of meat, so I mean, hopefully they'd listen to the person who made them food would say.
If they don't, we will simply live elsewhere.
I have
Not
so
have-
many sick ass summer camps that you can have.
But I will not have her living in a place where she's constantly judged for her place of birth, which she has no control over. None of us can control who we're born to or where we're born.
Zom
Feel
looks between Roderick and Irilith and goes, Roderick, do you have more than a connection with Irilith with being a party?
It's not polite to ask about private matters. I know you've been at sea for too long, but please.
Talos stands up when it walks over and smacks you on the back, Zamtrock.
It's been way too long since I've felt the warmth of a woman's touch. Hopefully you saved some of the horrors of Flame Earth, huh?
God damn it, Zom.
Zom just looks at him with this look of disgust and disdain, just like, I
But Max is like,
don't know that that's appropriate right now.
There are children here.
I mean, there's
Once again, this is all just conversation. We all have to make our decisions sooner or later. I say, everyone take your time, meditate on whatever path you want to choose, and we call it a night. Going around in circles talking about what may or may not isn't going to help anybody.
I'm gonna point out all the best camp locations that I've made on the map. Like, we got this place, we got this place, we got this one.
Besides, if what you are saying is true and they're burning the north and heading towards a dead god, then we don't have much time to sit around.
They
Can we go to
begin
the Bronze Tree?
deliberating. Well, so they begin deliberating because, and Talos sort of drops this bombshell on you guys. Talos, with his connection to the sea, has a very strong sense that the other coast of this island or continent is not far to the east. The decision that lies before them and you is, since you've already come so far to here, whether or not to map out the rest to the east, that way you have at least some sense of where the other coast is before you make your way back to New Haven or to the Bronze Tree or wherever, or if you want to not map that out and just head back first and then try to map it out later.
We've been fairly adept at traveling the land,
Mm.
making sure that we were well fed, had decent lodgings, have a decent team for mapping the land as we go.
Mm-hmm.
If, as you say, it is truly that close, then it's definitely something to think about. But Boss makes a good point. If there are enemies out there to the north,
Mm.
50 miles away from the new home that we've created, it would probably behoove us to go back to a strong and warn them.
Why were you heading this direction? We were tracking you, but you chose to go this way. Did you have a goal in mind or just exploring?
You see
Hoping
Leafin
we should go.
glance up from his food that he was just finishing up. Well,
You see, we mapped out to the north of here, We wanted to map out to the east to see if we could find the other side of this continent. We figured keep heading east.
Leafin, you in the journal it's written that you were chosen to be the scout of the party.
That's right.
You're able to move fast and with haste and preferably secrecy.
Yeah, for the most part.
Talos, based on your senses, how close? How do you have a general idea, length of time and day to get to the coast, or no?
You see him like lean back and close his eyes and concentrate.
Yep, with that hurricane that came through, I'd say we're pretty damn close.
Is it like an hour's worth of an eagle ride away?
Oh, fuck, I don't know.
Nah, you're useless.
Went from being best friends with this guy to being useless. You started talking about whores, and then Healy's out.
He's a rough character.
I mean, you guys scouted. I don't know if any of you remember, but you scouted out where the different members of the second expedition were before coming here. If any of you remember what was said about what Talos was doing,
I got the memory of a squirrel.
I don't remember.
He was drinking his last week and whoring himself out before he's going off to his eventual demise.
all doom and gloom,
You
basically.
know, as he should. Fair enough.
All right.
You really took
well-
you're all gonna die to heart.
Yeah. Well, I'm calling it a night.
Who's on watch?
Did we set up our own tents?
That's a very good question. Did you set up your tent?
Keely, did you set up a camp for us?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
None of you set up a tent.
Well,
maybe
then,
we should set up tents and things.
Okay.
fine then. I'm going to set up an excellent camp.
Damn,
I mean, there's
another-
already a camp. You guys are just setting up your tents.
Our camp is going to be better than their camp.
Are you setting up a separate camp next to their
Oh,
camp?
literally just 10 feet away, we set up another camp.
Or are
Yeah,
you
and-
just gonna set up your tents near theirs?
We could just
The
make a full
24. I'm not wasting that. We're doing Friendship Camp 2.0.
Okay, what direction are you setting up this camp from them?
We could just make their camp super great and be like, hey, this is we're helping you out.
Yeah, you could.
That's true. I'm going to do that.
Could do that.
I like that plan better.
Based on making it actual friendship. Like, hey, you have good
camp
food and
super
you have,
friendship.
and you have good sleep.
Look.
You're welcome.
The elf might be stupid, but at least she can make a really good camp.
I thought you were talking about Leaf, and I'm like, for one, he's a half elf. Secondly,
I'm
there
talking
is
about
little
myself.
evidence. There is little evidence to say he's stupid just yet.
Healy's just like, his stupid knife here is leafing, and everybody just looks at her like, what the?
Listen, he can join Elf Team 6. That's fine.
She's the self-racist elf here.
That's right.
Or maybe she's like, she's racist because he's not a full blood elf. He's a half elf.
Yeah, that's right. She
How
hates both of
dare
us.
you.
Like,
So you guys set up your camp. Let me real quickly get the bits for the weather here real quick. Okay.
Because you already know what I'm doing first thing in the morning.
Camp super friends.
The power of friendship.
Oh no, Taya Gardner, please.
All right. So, you see Roderick volunteer for one of the watches.
Boss
There-
will do one.
all right,
Yeah, he got
Boss is
some
doing
sleep
one.
last time.
Okay. Anyone else volunteering? Because if not,
If no one
Leafin
else
is going to
volunteers, I'll do
volunteer.
it.
So
I think
Leafin
I'm
also
at 2 in
volunteers.
a row.
I haven't done a watch in a while.
Actually, I'd like that. Let's have a little powwow Elf Team 6.
Elf Team 6 watch.
That's right.
If they're gonna have an Elf-Teen 6 watch, I'll suffer a bit of exhaustion to take a third.
Well, Leafin volunteered to take another watch, so you don't need to
Well-
suffer exhaustion or anything.
Well, that's what I was saying. If they were actually gonna do like an Elf-Teen 6 watch, so all 3 of the elves.
Well, no. As soon as they mention like, oh yeah, let's all 3 be on the same watch and still leave somebody, Leafin's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna take the other. I'm gonna take the other watch.
He's not used to us. I'm sorry, Haley.
Fine. We'll get him in Elf Team 6 one day.
One day. Ominous.
Zom's gonna stay up for first watch with who was that, Roderick?
All right.
I'm setting an alarm on my backpack because I don't trust none of them.
All right. All right. So if that's it, then for the people who are on watch, please roll perception.
Mhm.
Where's all my good rolls?
And as for your weather tomorrow,
Wow.
it is going
Where's
to
my
be
spreadsheet?
it is going to be normal temperatures, slightly breezy, and clear weather. And tonight, for the 9th of Istric, it will be a full moon.
Ooh. Healy's gonna sit under the full moon and meditate extra.
Super meditation.
All right.
I'm just gonna pray then.
Roll
Yeah,
a
you
religion.
should definitely pray if it's a full moon.
I'm gonna say roll a religion, and let me know what you're praying and who you're praying to. All right, so oh, I wasn't expecting Healy to pray, but okay.
It's a full moon, gotta do a moon ritual.
Mm.
A moon ritual?
Yeah.
What is a moon ritual?
In this game, Healy just reaching out to all the powers that be and saying, hey, we're gonna have a good time for this next moon cycle, right?
That's right. She cracks knuckles threateningly.
All right, so that's a 17 from Healy, a 22 from Boss, 25 from Zamtrok, and then a 14 from Roderick.
Ooh.
So it's a good thing you're up with him, Zamtrok. And a 26 from Leafin.
Mhm.
He's the perceptive boy.
Yeah, very perceptive boy. Very nice. So Healy, are you praying to any specific deity, or are you just opening yourself
No,
up?
just whoever will listen. Since I don't follow a specific deity.
Would you like to?
I'm not trying to reach out to the fool this time.
Maximus, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
No, I was gonna say because if you need a religion, Zom's got plenty.
Just whoever
Okay.
will listen.
So
Uh,
we're gonna go watch by watch. So first hour, Maximus, you meditate. What are you meditating on specifically?
Like going through like my Arcana drills, trying to, you know, conjure flame, without too much force behind it. Pretty much like doing control drills, but using my the training I had and trying to focus more on it now that somebody else is interested and Max realizes he doesn't have as much information as he thought he did.
As you're sitting there trying to do control, like creating a firebolt and stuff like that, you realize you're having a harder time right now controlling it, and you don't know why. It's not much harder, it's just slightly more difficult than normal.
Makes sense.
Zamtarok, what are you praying to Saloon?
That is a good question.
That's a good question. And are you doing this during the watch with Roderick?
Basically, at probably the end of it.
Okay.
Um,
So then in that
Just-
case, first things first,
yes.
Maximus, while you are off on the side practicing, you don't hear this. And everybody else is either meditating or sleeping. So during the earlier part of your watch, where you're on with Roderick, what are you doing? Are you just keeping watch, or are you talking with him?
He's going to talk to Roderick a little bit and just ask, um, um, how has the travels how have the travels been? Have they come across anything odd, any weird plants or animals or shadow people, or if they've had any revelations as far as the magic of the land, anything like that, because we've had quite a few and learned quite a bit about some of the lore of the land.
Go ahead and just, whichever one of those you're asking, let's just role play it out.
Okay, he's basically, because the watch is going to start. He's just going to like look to Roderick as he's standing watch and sort of patrolling around and ask him quietly, just, so we found where we believe we are aware of where you guys landed. How was the journey heading north along the river?
Well, it certainly wasn't easy. It was made significantly easier by finding some tribes along the river. Couldn't understand a word they were saying until they put the clay on our faces. Further north that we got, the more uneasy we felt.
Understandable.
Couldn't quite tell what it was. But it hasn't been easy, and we have been wondering how long it would take until your expedition would arrive. Did expect you sooner. We'd been told that you would have arrived months after us.
How long have you been here?
Well, by the calendar here, we've been here at least through 2 winters. We're now midway through our 3rd.
Then it is probably good of me to tell you that it definitely seems that time here seems to move differently. He described the amount of time that had passed outside of the Pale in Flamehearth, as it was described to him through the journals. Like how much time would have passed for everyone outside versus their time inside of 2 years. I think it was, I believe it was a lot longer outside of the Pale that had passed between them leaving and us, Flamehearth being sacked, and us basically trundling after trying to find them. It seemed a much longer time. We honestly weren't really supposed to leave for another week, actually, and then everything happened.
So, the second expedition had departed 5 years ago.
Yeah, you all left by the reckoning of time outside of the Pale. 5 years passed.
They had told us
And I
when we departed that you, the commission for the 3rd expedition, would be sent out maybe months after we left.
Strange. I'm not sure what happened.
But even
Darrigan
then,
was
5 years in Flamehearth and only 2, maybe 3 here. How is that possible?
sure. There's something to the weave, both the magics of the arcane and the magics of the holy powers of the gods. In some cases muffled, and in other cases sort of strangely twisted here. And it seems to affect even the flow of time.
These lands become stranger and stranger the longer I stay here.
I have tried my best to learn their ways since. Well, we can pacify some of the problems of the land. Perhaps we will be able to live here a little better, a little easier.
Especially now that there's no way for us to return.
As I had said, to the best of my knowledge and understanding, there is not. But we traveled through the Pale to get here. Others, from Darrigan specifically from the first expedition, was able to travel back. I believe, or would assume, perhaps in sight, that he must have used a method similar to the way that we made our way in to get out. The possibility to leave may still be there. It's just incredibly dangerous.
Partway through, you hear a rustling in the bush.
still slowly kind of turn towards the wrestling and draws weapons.
Roderick didn't hear it. Looks over at you questioningly, and then draws his longsword from his side.
Specifically, he's going to draw his pick and his shield.
You see two glowing eyes in the reflection of the campfire light from behind the bush.
Do they look humanoid?
No.
Okay.
So what do you do?
So I'm just going to stare at the thing that is looking at him and kind of growl towards it.
Roderick grabs a piece of wood that's burning from the campfire and uses it as a makeshift torch and starts approaching closer.
Be careful.
And you see what looks to be the tail and hind part of a wolf as it darts away. And then all goes back to being quiet.
We should definitely keep a weather eye.
Agreed.
Wolves rarely hunt alone. So, I guess my previous, moving away from all the doom and gloom, I guess my previous question still kind of stands. So, you and Aerolith?
She's a dear friend. I just want to look out for her.
He kind of nods. I can understand.
If you want, you can do an insight check.
Oh, like, are you friends or are you more than friends?
I love boss there. I love that train of thought. We should focus. But hey, it's like, it's almost like the room. So how's your love life? Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
You actually cannot tell if he is telling the truth or not.
She's a dear friend. And Zom's like,
He also
Okay.
has a +6, and he rolled a 19.
okay. So aside from that, have you all found any other strange things here? Shadow people,
Yeah, definitely.
weird beasts.
Definitely encountered shadow people. He
Were
tried to hit us
they-
in a squad of 3. We managed to fight them off.
You're lucky then. We've interacted with both we saw one of the assassins, but we also have interacted with the Hanui, to basically. So the shadow people don't become shadow people by accident.
They become
We have
shadow
learned.
people.
It involves a sacrifice of a life to the shadow demons of this land. And the sacrifice, as we have found or learned, is usually a child. The Hanwi are the souls, or the shadow souls of those sacrificed. They're inquisitive. They're innocents. Unfortunately, I have previously reached out. I managed to reach some of my deities and I do not know that there is a method that they can be released and sent on, so they are trapped here.
You've managed to reach out to our deities.
Yes. Volcor and Saloon.
I had attempted to reach out and I haven't heard anything. I thought perhaps I had lost favor.
The Pale acts as a barrier for many things. The gods specifically put the strange balancing being here that some call the Fool, and the Pale is essentially its cage, as far as I know. That is why the Pale Lights exist, to ensure that the knowledge of the Fool is not carried outside so that it could travel anywhere. And so connection to the gods here is extremely weak.
You see,
As
Roderick begins to look even more. He begins to despair.
but
So that means that it's not just the will of some beast in the Pale that keeps us here. It's the will of the gods that keeps us trapped here.
it was their will that none should really come here or leave for the safety of as far as I can tell, the rest of the world. And we came here by necessity to save the people who were refugees from Flamehearth, because it was our best bet was to run into the Pale. Because outrunning an armada of hundreds of soldiers was with a bunch of refugees was not going to go well if we went out to sea.
I think you made the right choice, but the more and more I learn about these lands, the less comfortable I feel about staying here. But we don't have any choice now, by the sound of it.
For now. I think possibly in the future, with more knowledge, after some of the more major threats of the land could possibly be curtailed and or mitigated, we may be able to look into. I know Amarasi was fairly vehement about the possibility of trying to figure out how to get back, but that is a distant experiment for him.
But to do so would defy the will of the gods.
It was a defiance of the will of the gods that any of us came here in the first place. And if truth be told, if this land being as dangerous as it is, if those who stay here wish to return to some kind of home that they know that is less dangerous for them, and it is possible, even if every one of my gods left me powerless, I would prefer to put those people in a better place.
I can understand that.
It was why I saved Leafen's family. It was why I led the ship I was on as best I could, captaining it through the Pale. It was why I was ready to fight and die against the Pale Lights to ensure that as many of those refugees could get a fighting chance as possible. Luckily, Healy interceded, as did the gods. It was the gods' will that the Pale Lights did not kill us all and destroy our ship.
You said you came with 3 ships, but only 2 made it. If
2
we
ships
washed ashore,
traveled.
and if the Order of Cinders washed ashore, then we may yet find survivors from the 3rd ship.
We have one of the river tribes, the Oro, farther to the south, the
Not
water
the
tribe. Yes, they had a number of survivors of the 3rd ship, also Orders of Cinders members. They had also found the Marquis. It was there that we meted out justice.
I'm afraid I must pay attention for the rest of my watch now. There'll be time to speak some more tomorrow.
I'm going to pray briefly the moon being where it is.
And so now, the answer for the question: what are you praying to Saloon for or about?
Honestly, asking for help in knowledge, in learning more of the land, so that Zom and in extension, both our parties can protect the New Haven and possibly mitigate the issue that is now the Order of Cinders survivors who are causing some imbalance here, destroying the woods and attacking the villagers.
You do not form a very strong connection with Saloon, but you do get a sense of uncertainty. It has been some time since Saloon had visited these lands. And thus ends the first watch. Second watch. That is Healy and Boss.
Yellow.
You both are on watch together? Is there
I'm
anything?
watching. She's praying, right?
Okay.
Oh,
Boss,
just to verify.
Yep, I'm doing a moon ritual.
you see two sets of eyes in here. The bushes get disturbed. To the north of your camp, like right on the outskirts of your camp.
Looking over at the bushes, rustling. Do I see anything in particular or no?
You have dark vision, right?
Correct.
You see the outline of two wolves.
I'm going to mind link with Healy for a second.
Mhm.
There we go. For 3 hours, a little much, but
Okay.
sorry to bother you, Healy. But have you been talking with wolves recently?
No.
Well, it seems they're interested in us. So looks like
Oh, do they want to be friends?
that's on you, Buckaroo.
Okay.
There's two in the bushes. But where are you sitting?
Right here. Can't you see me?
I mean, like, okay, out of character. Are you like, if I'm looking like directly ahead at the bushes and they're there, where are you sitting in relation?
I'm gonna sit where there's like a good clearing for the moon, so it can be like direct moonlight on me.
Oh, so that would give us lots of light. No wonder we can see him. Okay, if
I'm
if
right
you look,
here.
yeah, if you look at the bush in front of me, you can see two sets of eyes, and you have dark vision too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals. Look at the bushes and say, I'm trying to do a moon ritual. Can I help you?
put like an exacerbated like mom voice.
Roll
Do I have to do-
persuasion. Let's see if
Do I
you
have to
scare
do
them off.
everything around here? Hit it, Healy. You got it. Oh, snap. With a 0.
Yeah.
So, Boss, you hear like a small, like dog whine type sound, like that high-pitched whine that like a dog will do.
Mm-hmm.
The wolves are alarmed. The wolves are alarmed by somebody straight up talking to them in a way that they can understand. Healy, you do not scare them off, but you hear one of them say, like, "Your kind are lingering in our forest. What pack are you from?"
So we're from like 2 different packs and we're combining forces. If we are on your territory, I can let everyone know whenever they wake up, and I think we're leaving tomorrow. So you can have your woods back. We're not here to take over your woods.
And then you hear, both you hear a sound of them scattering away.
Wait, do you want a little deer meat for your trouble?
How loudly are you saying that?
Not very loudly. Just more like
They're,
a, but wait, I could give you a snack.
Oh.
they're gone.
Oh, bye, friends. Back to my moon ritual. Oh, I mind link back to boss and say, all right, they're gone. We were in their territory. They were going to attack us because we've been here too long. I'll let everyone know that we need to find a new location at least.
All right. Thank you.
Back to moon ritual.
Everybody except for Healy, Stefan. You...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Describe for me, like, how you're sitting, where you're sitting. Are your eyes open, closed?
Eyes closed, sitting like cross-legged in the most moon-covered light area that I can get, so I'm getting direct moon rays. And I'm asking for protection and for extra wisdom in the next cycle.
But you're just opening yourself up to ask anyone, right?
Yes.
You hear the sound of the fire stop. And you feel water around your legs.
Ooh.
And you hear a voice.
I did not anticipate seeing you again so soon. Why have
Hello,
you come
happy full
here?
moon. Happy full moon. I'm here to ask for protection and any extra wisdom you would be willing to bestow upon me for this next moon cycle.
And what would you give in exchange for my protection?
Is there anything specific you would ask of me?
Present an offer. I will tell you what it is worth.
I will stop trying to contact you. I'm just kidding.
Oh, by all means. It has been so long since I have had conversations with people. And at least this time you are not calling me a fool.
The second I found out you were not the fool, I made sure I let everyone know that that is not your name. They should stop addressing you as such.
And yet they still do.
I know. I keep telling them.
And
Maybe
then
one
you
day they'll
ask
listen to me.
to provide protection for them.
You know what? I see your point. I don't have anything on my person to offer except to continue in my best attempts to keep the balance going. And to not take what is unnecessary and to give back as much as possible. I do have powers to add plant life. So if there's anything I could do to help restore balance, because I heard there's some areas getting burned down, I can try to build more land and more vegetation.
But those areas are to the north, and the north is so scary.
The north is very scary, thank you. And you know why. I know you know why.
Of course I know why.
So I'm not even going to insult you in any way. If you're not willing to offer protection, can you tell me the best way to keep me and my friends safe?
And you see a sort of wry smile on his face. The first time you've seen him, or her, or it, smile. It kind of makes you uneasy.
There is no such thing as safety, child. This world is full of dangers, as it should be. Because without dangers, life would overrun the world and consume itself.
You make a fair point.
Checks and balances.
How about... It seems like you like chaos. I can bring another plague
And what
that
tells
doesn't
you that I
involve
like
death.
chaos?
Not necessarily chaos, but your checks and balances.
Checks and balances are the exact opposite of chaos. It is order. A balance. If the circle of life were anything but a circle, it would not be sustainable. It is the ultimate form of
The only thing I personally can offer you is I can invite different kinds of insects to the land, or I can invite and grow more of the landscape.
healing. If I wanted such things on this land, don't you think I would have put them there? Your
Fair enough.
presence and everything that you and your friends have done has already thrown off the balance, requiring me to put in no small amount of effort to balance it once again.
Is there anything we can do to make your life a little bit easier when it comes to the balance?
Is there anything you can do about your nature? About who and what you are, the fact you want so desperately to survive and live?
Isn't it everyone's nature to survive?
It's everyone's nature to survive wherever they are. You weren't here before, but now you are.
And we did that in an attempt to survive, which is part of our nature.
So then you can't do it.
See your point? We've wanted to be able to live on this land peacefully and to not disturb nature.
The only way for you to not disturb nature in an attempt to survive is to die and feed it. But I doubt that that's the path you want to take.
You can conjure animals to feed nature if that's the thing that needs to be done. I can create more life to introduce in.
So your solution to the introduction of more life onto a tediously balanced scale is to introduce more life.
Would that be an easier solution for, say, whenever we hunt for food? If I introduce the food that we eat, so it doesn't take from the land specifically?
And you see his face beginning to get more and more angry.
So that's
You
the answer.
offer solution after solution with no knowledge of what you are talking about.
And can you give me the knowledge that I need?
If I had already toiled for ages to balance everything on this continent, what makes you think I haven't already acted to balance your existence here? Do not think yourself more clever than a deity
I don't.
of this continent.
That is the last thing you have to worry about me thinking.
And in an instant, you're back in the regular world.
I'm gonna look at Boss and say,
Hello.
man,
Hmm?
the deity over this land is a jerk.
Mm. Did you, do you mean all deities, or the one you are no longer calling the fool?
That one. He
Ah.
still won't tell me his name either. Just
Hmm.
stop calling him the fool and maybe he'll watch over us. But
Hmm.
also, I think he's the one that brought the people that are causing the fire back up to life, so
Oh.
yeah. I was trying to offer solutions for the balancing the land problem that he's mad about, or they are mad about, but
Didn't like
I
it.
don't know, I just can't come up with a good one.
So,
So I think that they are the ones that brought back the plague in order to wipe us out.
the deity person. So it doesn't
Yeah.
sound like he's very interested in balancing at all.
Oh no! The problem is we're the ones that knocked off the balance, so
Oh, so he's counterbalancing it by bringing.
yeah.
Ah.
So I get it.
Hmm.
I don't like it, but I get it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I might have to eat this heart.
You've been implying that for a while. But if you do, I mean, just let me know. If we're all gonna die, I might as well sit there and watch it happen.
I also love the
Will
fact
do.
that Healy keeps on talking about eating the heart when there is literally no precedent to establish that that is in any way a good idea or a solution.
It's the only solution. They can't take it if it's in my guts.
So I guess
What I missed.
did they tell you? Did he tell you anything of where these zealots are or where they're at?
They're definitely north. And they said that, well, the deity knows that I have the heart. I already knew this. And they're coming after us.
Ah, well. I am very good at talking people out of information they don't want to give me, but Healy,
I'm so bad at it.
I disagree. You have somehow talked to a monster that destroys everything that goes through the pale and a deity, and for some reason they are just what? You are amazing.
But I can't get a solution.
Oh well.
I even offered to pull our food source out of thin air to stop eating off the land, and that wasn't good enough.
Well, I don't think anyone else would agree with this, but keep talking to him, see if you can figure it out.
I need a notebook and a list of ideas
You can't read.
because I am fresh out. Shh! Don't tell anyone. I've pretended this long.
Okay, I will not tell anybody. I will not tell anyone that you told me that.
can't read.
Out of character, it's just Healy holding up books upside down, like, yes.
So, I think it's almost time for my shift to be done. You need me to keep an eye on it any longer, or you good?
I'm good. But if you can come up with any other ways to try to get some good things out of this deity, let me know.
I will do my best.
Because I'm trying, but
Well.
the thoughts are not there. Max is gonna love hearing this story.
Yeah. Him and Rossi, have fun with that. That's gonna be.
All right. And your watch ends.
Oh no, who's measuring?
Sleepy time.
And Leafin begins his watch.
Oh,
and you all sleep none the wiser.
Actually, so when he comes out,
Mhm.
Can we say something in passing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Leafin, do you know how old your daughter is?
By now she should be. By now she should be. 3.
And have you read those letters that I gave you?
I plan to read them between glances during the watch today.
Just keep an open mind. Things aren't probably how you remember them. And then I pat him on the shoulder and go to my tent.
All right. And then Leafin does his watch. And none of you know what happens, if anything, but you all know that you are not woken up. So probably nothing bad happened.
Leaving is gone.
And you awaken the next day.
Good morning, who wants to hear a story?
Crickets.
No one?
Yeah.
Okay. I
Go ahead, I'm making
infestation crickets. No, I'm just kidding. I don't
right.
actually call crickets.
You're like, Bartholomew, get him.
Holy crap.
Thank you.
So what are you all doing?
I'm glad someone wants to hear my stories.
Making breakfast.
Ooh.
Okay.
Making a good breakfast.
Yeah.
For me to
Twice,
tell
it's
everyone
really good
horrible news.
And what kind of ingredients are you using for that breakfast?
Probably more of the deer, because I would have to use a lot of the deer for the dinner and breakfast since there's so many more people here.
Yeah.
And a lot more of the stores of stuff that I have. So, it's heavy in protein. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay. I didn't want to poop today.
you what was that?
I said it's okay. I didn't want to poop today.
God damn it. This party does not believe in fiber, and we are not regular. God damn it.
Also, does anybody... Give me just 1 second.
Oh, I see who she was answering. Yeah, nap time. I want to hear the
Yeah.
story. Thanks, Nap.
Somebody wants to hear
That's
Healy's
right.
story of
There you
Doom. 100% Doom talk.
It interplanar voice, just hear Nap. Well, I mean, I will.
Also, let me shut up now.
Thanks.
Um,
Oh, golly.
So,
It's Igni. That's right.
does anybody present have a dislike or extreme dislike of the forest?
God, I hope so. They're my opposites.
It's a normal forest, right? We're not talking like jungle or rainforest or anything that is like overbearingly hot, humid, not much visibility.
No, and right now, next to the lake,
Mhm.
temperatures are about, well, at least this morning, temperatures are getting down to about 50 degrees. So it's getting cool because you guys are in midwinter.
Yeah. Okay. Then I am neither A or B.
No, but it's definitely not in my liked list.
Yeah.
So I'm neutral
Okay.
towards the forest.
I'm the happiest elf that's ever lived.
Happiest elf that's ever elfed.
All right. So there are no negatives to morale due to the environment for you guys right now. And
While we're all eating,
I will say that there
Sorry.
is also a +1 to morale for everybody for the fact that you guys have finally found the second expedition.
Some completed a quest.
Yay!
Was that our first quest completion? Mm.
Well, I mean, you guys have had the ones of like going up to the fort and then coming back down.
Oh, I meant like those little
surviving
side ones we made.
Sacking of Flamehearth.
I still don't have 6 animals, so nope.
Mm-mm.
I am gonna say over breakfast. I know you guys don't want to hear my story, but there is a pack of wolves that is very upset that we're in their land, so we should probably figure that out today. Or they might attack. I bought us some time.
Well, you heard the druid.
Great.
Roderick looks at you guys and then looks at his group. So what's the plan? Are we all going to continue east to finish mapping out the other side of this continent, or?
I have a second part to my story that I know you guys don't want to hear, but I'm gonna tell it anyways. So you know I was doing my weirdo moon ritual?
Most of the
I
second
moon-
expedition didn't know that you were doing a moon ritual, and they have no clue what that is, so they're just like confused by both.
I was unaware you were
So-
doing a moon ritual.
So I was doing a moon ritual, right? You know. And I moon ritualed a little too hard, and I talked to the deity of the land.
Oh god damn it.
And you hear Rossi's head explode.
I tried really hard to figure out a way to like balance out because they are not very happy with us being here, like at all. In any way, shape, or form.
If I
Yeah,
may,
what?
a quick question. What are you talking about?
Mm.
There's a
You've
deity
spoken to
here.
The fool.
He's not the fool. And that's part of the problem. If you'd stop calling them the fool, maybe they would have given us some protection.
I don't need no protection from our damn gods.
The one that's sending a plague after us, you might.
Everything
Who's
can
sending
be
a
burnt
plague
to
after
ash.
us? And
The deity of the land. They're doing this whole balancing thing, and they're mad that we're here. And I tried offering to, like, create our food out of thin air because I can do that. They didn't like that. They said the only way to balance it would be for us to be dead. And then they said they're already working on that. So I can only assume that it means the fire people that are up north that are coming down south for us.
So the fool is directing these zealots of the cinders to come after us.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the second expedition, bullet points, since they're actually not answering any of your questions. The reason why the gods blocked off this continent is due to, well, contain what is here and what is not. There is a deity that seems placed over this continent that we originally thought was named the Fool. They apparently do not like being called the Fool. That being said, if you have noticed anything about this place, certain plants, certain animals aren't what we think they are, because plants that heal some people end up killing them. Those visions you might have seen, we've had a few of those, and we've ran into a few of these plants and animals that aren't quite what they seem. The rub is that, just like everything else in the Pale, through the Pale in this continent, is everything is connected through the weave, and every time we take something from it or add something to it, it takes away the life force of this continent. So every time you've killed something, such as this deer we're eating, we take away and we quite literally harm the continent we are standing, eating, and breathing on. And it now appears that the deity does not like that, and we are summoning something to kill us because it does not see us as saviors that we might think we are. We have now been a plague set upon this continent, and we have also set up a town literally 150 miles southwest that is killing and eating everything probably around it, making it even more unbalanced.
Erlith looks up and goes,
But we've seen animals hunt each other and devour each other.
Yes, that's because it's in balance. The people here feed and eat because they are part of that balance. We are not connected by it. We have unbalanced the scales.
And there's no way for us to balance.
Well, that's a Healy conversation.
Tried
wanted to
really
check you out.
hard to come up with a solution. Nothing. I offered to stop taking from the land. I offered to rebuild vegetation. I offered to introduce more animals to balance out what we're doing. Nothing.
also out of character, are you talking about sustaining yourself on conjure animals?
Yeah.
When they reach 0 hit points, they disappear.
I forgot that detail.
So you would not be able to sustain yourself off of conjure animals.
We're eating bugs from infestation forever. And Mr. Pig's offspring.
Well then, what do we do?
It's an excellent question. I'm out of ideas. But we should not go north, because north is bad. And the
We don't
Knot
have to
Pool
go
really
north 'cause
wants
it
me
sounds
to
like
go
they're coming
north.
south.
So it's definitely a death trap.
It sounds like we won't have to go north. If the zealots are coming to us, we don't have to go north anymore. It doesn't matter. They'll be sent south.
Do we know how far away it is for? If the Order of Cinders were to find their way to this plague corpse and then make its way south again, how far would that be? Do we know?
That depends on whether they are. We don't know what those who are infected by the plague or in some way controlled by it act. So if they are like undead, they do not need to sleep or eat or drink. They would literally just march south, unstopping. If they are alive, they will need to eat and sleep to rest. And they will continue to come towards us at the same pace that we travel.
So, should we not then have somebody be on watch to the north to warn us, to warn New Haven?
Having someone definitely notify New Haven of this new development is mightily important. But my question is, Healy, did the fool explain that these individuals, the zealots, were being sent after us specifically, or you specifically, or any of us being the ones who were invaders?
That's a great question. The problem is the fool, not the not fool, will not talk to me directly and give me answers directly. They like to talk in circles.
So they just said they're zealots and they're coming for you because you're a problem.
They didn't say they're zealots and they're coming for us. They said that as I was offering ways to to fix what we're doing to the land, they said, I've already implemented that. And I said, oh shit.
Okay. And then what did they say exactly?
So the problem is that I have a squirrel brain.
So
They did say
Yes.
out of character, I have a squirrel brain. And I have forgotten most of the conversation. It all happened so fast.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry
thing.
if you don't remember if you didn't take notes.
I tried. So
But Roderick
They
did just get an
said-
18 on his insight.
good for Roderick. Can he read my mind? So the not fool did say that they've already implemented a fix for us, and us being alive and just our nature is causing an imbalance to everything. And I asked, what can I do to help? And then they said, you cannot speak for everyone, or something along those lines. So all of us?
So we don't know for certain that the balance or counterbalance or whatever is the remnants of the Order of Cinders. We don't know.
I don't think
what-
it's the Order of Cinders at all, personally.
And this deity didn't say that it was a plague that was the balancing act. They didn't say what the balancing act was.
No.
So it could be literally anything.
Yes.
Somehow that makes me feel less easy.
Same.
I offered to bring another plague, and they didn't like that either.
What?
I'm sorry, you did what?
I offered to bring a plague that wouldn't murder us all.
Yeah, second expedition. You kind of get used to this stuff.
No.
I mean, I've already brought two
No,
plagues. What's
I'm
it
not
third?
going to be used to it anymore. Max actually gets up.
Why would
So-
you offer to bring a plague? And how would you even bring a plague? Are you able to bring a plague?
Mm,
I've introduced 2 invasive species already.
That's not a
I
plague.
could bring fleas. I mean, I brought locusts, so that is a plague. And I brought mosquitoes.
That's not a plague.
Have you seen locusts eat?
Yes?
They never stop.
yeah.
And mosquitoes can bring Lyme disease.
So what I'm hearing is you can bring bug, but not a plague.
Yeah,
But
you want to see?
offered to a deity to bring a plague.
Yeah.
This makes less and less sense the more that I listen.
You get used to it.
I genuinely don't think I will.
So if anyone has any ideas to bring to the table, since I seem to be talking to this person a lot, let me know.
You got it, Healy. I believe in
It
you.
was a complete accident, but we're not getting protections at all.
All right, so
I might have done the opposite
breaking down what we know.
because
The
they left
deity,
very
the
angry.
deity wants to kill us. Is doing something about it. We don't know what. Cinders are burning the forest and towns up to our north. Some of us want to go east. Some of us want to go south. Sums up.
I want to talk to the bronze tree.
You don't get a decision anymore. No one
Rude.
cares what you want.
Then
No.
you don't get eagles anymore.
Oof.
I don't need your damn eagles.
You don't get therapy bear anymore.
That's actually a threat. That's actually.
Speak to the fool again, and I
Not
will
the fool.
end you myself. I will call
Not
him
fool.
as I wish.
I didn't mean to.
I do feel compelled to ask, how did a moon ritual result in this?
That is a good question.
I sat down under the light, bright moon, closed my eyes, and said, "Whoever's listening, please give us protection and possibly extra wisdom you can bestow upon me." And I got nothing but a snooty deity.
That sounds like the most terrible plan.
Am
If
I
you
known
reach
for good
out-
plans?
Yes,
I've
which is
gotten
why you
us
should
this
stop
far.
making.
Most of us would be dead if it wasn't for my bad plans. Let's remember.
Thank you. Now we have a plague coming to us that we can't identify.
You're welcome. Bye, Max. Make sure not to go towards those bushes. That's where the pack of wolves are.
Max, what direction do you leave?
Right to those bushes.
Right to those fucking bushes.
So that would be the northeast.
Yep.
How far
That's
do you go?
where the plague is.
I don't care. I'm walking as far as I can until something stops me.
Well, looking on the map, there's a river that stops you pretty early on, but you could continue to follow that river.
Oh, if I have to, I will cross it even if it drowns me. That's more like a streamlet, to be honest, because it ends very
Yeah.
abruptly.
Yeah, it's a stream. It's small.
It almost looks like a feed channel. But I will go northeast.
What
Cross it if I can.
Right in
plant
front of
growth
Max.
are you making, Gilly?
Growing whatever's in front of Max, so he stops walking away so fast.
So Max, plants start
Alright.
sprouting up in front of you.
That's cool, I guess.
What do you do? Thankfully, since it's new growth, it isn't quite as flammable. But you do burn a little bit of the way through some of the plant growth that Helios made.
Okay. Do I need to swath through this next?
Yes.
Because I'm getting away from her before I kill her.
Yes.
I will initiate some PvP right now.
Yes. You
Max
need
is
to.
furious.
You
then
will
yes,
need
he
to cut a swath through this plant growth.
Okay. I will use the Kopesh to get through.
Okay.
So
I'm not going to make you roll for it because I'm just going to say that you're repeatedly hacking away.
Mm-hmm.
So to jump back and answer your question, Roderick, I believe, was talking. We're not sure how far north. You guys have been farther north than we have. So, to answer your question with another question, how far north did you get? And when you were talking, and when you discovered the information of the cultists, were they farther north than you, or in your general vicinity?
We learned of it from some villagers along the river, as well as a tribe that I don't think it's quite accurate to say they live north of us, but we encountered them. They seem to just sort of move wherever the food is.
Hmm.
And they had basically had to leave one of their previous hunting grounds because it was burned.
So maybe the fool, not the fool, the deity, when they speak of us, it is our nature. He means all living things not from this continent. And even though we are not helping the balance, burning entire living swaths probably isn't doing any favors either. Hmm. Maybe Healy was right. We did bring a plague. It just happened to be the living embodiment of all of us and our nature.
Is what they said. Something about our nature.
Well, right.
Well, we can't exactly do anything about our nature.
That's what I said.
Who wants to go east with me?
Roderick holds his hand up.
Up Team 6, let's go!
Well, that's not Roderick, but
Erlith holds her hand up as well.
so
I'm gonna whisper to Boss, like tap his shoulder and whisper and say, should we tell him about the heart? Okay.
So if some of us can head east, and if the ones who want to go to New Haven, the river would probably be your fastest decision. Hello, Toby. Goodbye, Toby. um, Healy and I, or Healy, can conjure giant eagles that can get us to the coast fast enough, or faster than on foot. And we might have better time making it there to scope out the last little bit of it while the other part of the party heads west towards the river, and then we could meet up again and take that down south to New Haven if we'd like. That solves all of our problems in one go.
Zamtrak, Healy, what's your input on this?
Oh, I'm cool with calling eagles.
Is the plan to return towards New Haven? Is that what we've kind of come to a consensus of, or
It
is
seems
Arger
worse than
talking
this.
about?
Well,
Oh.
second expedition seems somewhat split on the idea of mapping out the rest of the area to the east and trying to reach the other coast. The other half, roughly half, are pretty set on going back to New Haven.
Zom, when you were navigating the ship close to the shores, did you notice any difficulty navigating, as if there was tides or currents?
There's always tides and currents, but not, as far as I'm aware, not any different than any normal shore.
Well, between you and the good captain here, we might be able to kill another two birds with one stone. We get to New Haven and we use one of the ships to move more swiftly around the continent, the coast of the continent, to get to places quicker than on foot, possibly. Not that I know much about sailing, so I'm asking.
Well, if we wanted to do that, we could fairly easily, but that would require us to get the okay of the Leadership Council of New Haven to use one of those ships.
Well, thankfully, we have saviors like you who can put a good word for us.
I can ask. But I also asked before we left. And the governor, the mayor of New Haven, basically said that he wanted to keep the ships in case any enemies came back and they needed to relocate the civilians again.
Well, then, if we imposed on them that we needed one of the ships to make sure enemies don't come down to burn the city, that could sway them in a good direction, preemptively saving the town before having to run away.
Good.
Just a thought.
Like I said, I can ask. It's always easy to ask.
Also, how far is Max?
He's no longer in eyesight.
Also, if we are going to be going east and mapping, we need either him or Rossi. So, one of you big fellas want to chase that angry Dragonborn down? They're buckaroos.
So then is the plan that some of us are returning to New Haven to try and get a ship?
Just an idea.
Okay. Tom's all for returning to New Haven at this point because the mission of finding the second expedition and trying to get them to come back with us is, as far as we're aware, kind of accomplished. We found them. They're here. We're with them now. If we split again, we may lose them. So,
But, I mean, ask them yourselves. If to bring them back would force 2 or 3 of them to go against their will. So, what would they like to do? 2 of them would
That's-
like to go to the east, while the others would, I'm guessing, would prefer to see their family, or in the captain's choice, maybe a local tavern.
this is why a majority usually rules minorities have rights in decision making for a party.
So,
Because splitting the party would be suicide.
the word that you get basically from the second expedition, Shiraz does not want to get stuck in New Haven. She's eager to explore. Talus
Okay.
does want to see the other coast, but he wants to go back to civilization in New Haven more. Leafin wants to see his family. He's dead set on that. And then Roderick and Irlith are mostly just concerned about keeping the group safe and willing to go with whatever the group decides.
Well, if what Shiraz is worried about is getting stuck or left at New Haven, that's not the idea here. We're not going back to New Haven and then hunkering down. Unless we get back to New Haven and there's an army outside. In which case, saving what remains of the Viridians and Flamehearth would be a priority anyway. We are still going to need to explore the entire, as much of the continent as we can. We are still going to need to now stop whatever insanity is happening. We probably definitely should go back to the various tribes and notify them and warn them that, hey, by the way, we have it on fairly good authority that the Not Fool or whoever the fuck may be sending some kind of plague again. So be on your toes and be warned. And also with the zealot flame people to the north, they may also be much more of a problem. So keep an eye out for them. And maybe even offering to help them, they'll want to help us with both issues. Since that would be the right thing to do for us being here in their land.
So then, Boss and Healy.
Well, I'm going to actually go after Max because if he's just walking off talking about splitting the party for suicide, we probably should get one of that guy back.
We should probably get him back.
How's your tracking skills?
Mine, shit.
You know who has great tracking skills? The last person he wants to see.
How about this, Leafin? You can track pretty well, right?
Yeah, I can track.
You think you can track a Dragonborn chopping his way through what appears to be hundreds of feet of overgrowth?
Easily.
Yeah, you mind help me hunt this guy down?
I think
Not
we should.
literally hunt. All right, I guess we'll be back.
Sorry, real quickly. Responding to somebody.
Somebody cough cough.
All right. So then, for the rest of the group, while they go and chase down Maximus, are you all just staying put?
I thought we were gonna head east on some eagles and finish mapping out the area real quick. I just know we can't be in this land anymore because I promised the wolf pack we would be gone.
Out of character. Well, shit, we need both the map maker and the cartographer.
Yeah.
So, well, that would both be either Horns and or Rossi, and Horns is
Neither of them are here.
yeah. So if we went with that plan, Zemo would have to roll for them.
I'll say that Leafin has been making the map for the second expedition.
Okay. All right, you guys figure out what we're doing. Have fun.
So while they walk away, what is your group doing?
So I'm turning to the other people here and going, so go back to New Haven, try and get a ship. Yeah. Make sure that the only port in a storm that we have isn't burned to the ground. Maybe. Warn the tribes people along the way, spread the word. That sounds like a good plan.
Everybody,
And then
everybody seems to be mostly in favor of that idea. Shiraz is the only one that's kind of a little bit of an outlier, but she's begrudgingly going along with it.
Well, I mean, like I said, assuming that New Haven is safe and there's still 2 ships there, we could grab one and explore. There's a lot of coast to go down. We could literally go all the way up or down the coast looking for enemies. And when they see us, they're going to try and probably attack us or something, and then we can try and take care of them. And or also exploring and mapping the way along the coast.
So more specifically, is your group just sitting at that spot and waiting while Boss and Leafin track down Max? Or are you guys doing something in the meanwhile?
Zom's breaking down camp.
Okay.
And he's going to suggest, since we're obviously going to need to be moving anyway, we should break down camp here. And probably follow after the way that Leafin and Boss went to make sure that we gather the entirety of the party. And then we can, once once Max is done having his temper tantrum, we can head back to New Haven.
You're so fucking lucky Max didn't actually hear that.
Yeah, I know.
Goddamn throat.
Well, that's what happens when you leave somebody. They just start talking behind your back. All
I'm
right.
sorry, he walked the fuck away, burning down shit in his way as he ran off.
Oh, it's cool. Next time he'll just start murdering party members. Don't worry. That's all for you,
I
buddy.
mean, are you going to start with
I
healing?
mean, I'm just saying.
I'll call wolves.
I'm just
Call in
saying,
the
Max.
wolves.
That doesn't make sense because you weren't there to hear any of this. So.
Oh, I'm well aware. I'm not going to metagame, unlike some people I know.
Me.
All right. Real quickly rolling with advantage for Leafin. Okay. Chill, dude.
What? Are we rolling?
I just had Leafin roll to track. You can roll to help him if you want.
No, probably not. Wait, is it nature? Then definitely not.
It's survival.
Oh, yeah, not much better. It's a 1 and a 2. So no.
Yeah, Leafin's got a +4 and he rolled a 16.
Oh, all right. See,
Ooh.
I know where my specialties
a-
lie, and that is not it. Nature and
Up
survival.
team 5
He's
and a half.
very, very tracky boy.
He is a very tracky boy.
I mean, also a mad
He's a
dragonborn
trackiest.
burning things on fire and cutting them down. Unless he wants stealth, maybe. I don't know.
So, for a little bit, Leafin leads you, boss, away from the camp to the northeast, following some tracks, until you reach a river that's not very wide. You could easily forge it. And you see half-plate armor just resting on this side of the river on the ground, with
No.
the tracks that Leafin's pointing out that goes straight towards the river.
So you said it's not a very wide river, right?
Not very wide. You could probably wade your way across it.
Okay. Hey, Leafin, we're both pretty perceptive. You see any any things, any footprints, things coming out the other side of that river?
Thank God for advantage. One of the two rolls was a 1. He rolled a 17, so a 21. He does indeed see tracks on the other side of the river.
They seem to match, I'm guessing.
And then they go
Wait.
north.
Can you swim?
Leafin is taking some of his gear off and holding it over his head, and he's like, I can, but I don't think we'll need to. And he just begins wading across.
Okay. Let's go, boy.
And you begin to wade your way through a fairly calm river.
So, you read those letters?
Got to read a few of them.
Anything stand out?
Definitely. I've missed so much. How?
Yeah.
How is my daughter already so old? It feels like it's only been 2-3 years.
Yeah, well, you saying that. People have been saying this place is all kinds of wonky. I'm starting to I'm trying to get a feel for the weave. But time appears to travel differently. But I guess that shouldn't be surprising if normal plants kill us and whenever we eat animals it hurts the continent. It kind of makes sense.
There's just still so much I don't understand about this place.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
After a little bit, you emerge from the other end of the river and start following the tracks again. after Leafin puts his gear back on. And then he finds the tracks that he had seen from the other side, and again following it. You guys walk for quite some time. About an hour.
Would you guess that this guy is like 158 years old or something like that?
Well, all the old people I've seen are cranky.
Hmm.
Guess it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I meant like for a 300-year-old, he moves pretty damn fast.
He's very spry.
You guys, as you start approaching, start seeing. Make a perception check for me, real quick.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna actively change Max's age the entire time I talk about it.
Just keep getting older.
But yeah, you're
Man, for-
far enough away from the river now that you aren't really hearing it. You're like an hour away.
For a man nearly a millennia old, he sure is spry.
For someone who's been around since the dawn of time.
Well, not sure why that intelligence check came out, but there you go.
Me
Not the
either.
brightest boy.
As you guys are walking, Leafin sees it, and you also see it. There's bits of foliage that are just frozen in ice. Like you step across like a bush and just snap branches because they're just frozen.
Ha.
And ahead of you, you see Max sans half plate that he was wearing, just angrily like freezing whole sections of earth with his ice breath, and just very clearly upset.
Hmm.
What do you do?
Yeah, probably should just leave him to it, Leaf, and just let him get it out. We all need a moment to vent, as it were.
Max?
Are they within range that I could at least hear them?
I'm gonna say not with you like raging and shooting bits of ice breath at the earth.
Fair.
If you want to make a perception roll with disadvantage, you can.
Just say, yeah, it's like I wasn't actively trying to hide, but maybe Leafin was. I don't know.
You would be surprised how less perceptive people are when they are in the midst of a blind rage.
That's probably
Yeah.
true.
You do not notice them.
Okay. Max is going to just, after expending the last of his breath, he's going to pretty much like reactivate a rage,
Okay.
which causes it to wild surge again.
Oh, good lord. Okay.
Yeah. And I got shadow your tendrils lash out around you. Each creature of your choice that you could see within 30 feet must succeed a Constitution saving throw or take necrotic damage.
Which they are outside of 30 feet of you, and you have
Yeah.
not seen them, so.
So they're just the tendrils then will have like come up and will be like lashing out at different points, just striking trees, bushes, anything that is around him in that range.
So, Boss, you and Leafin watch as this happens, that after he finishes just shooting these breaths of ice in rage, he begins to rage further, and you see these shadowy tendrils start springing up around him and just destroying bushes and stuff in the area.
Yeah, so like I said, you kind of get used to this. It's Max is very straightforward, very upfront, and having this party has probably been picking up at his willpower for a while, so it's good that he's just kind of getting it out. So, have you got to the part about your daughter not talking?
I haven't gotten to that yet. Is she... Do you know if it's permanent or...
I'm not. I have dabbled in medicine because I've had to save myself a few times. She didn't seem physically hurt. I'd guess it has something to do with you. So, a miracle of her father walking in might breathe life back into a little voice. And I'm not. I have to admit, I have a soft spot for lost orphans and whatnot. So, I'm sure seeing you will be the cure-all panacea. And I'm sure your wife won't mind either.
Max, I see that you're typing something. If you want, you can just go ahead and...
I mean, yeah, it was gonna be a little secret thing while they're having their
Yeah.
Okay.
weird fucking thing, but I've already erased it, so I'm not retyping it.
Weird
Okay.
fucking emotional maturity and having a nice conversation. This is what you've
Yeah.
been looking for.
It's weird. Anyways, uh, I'm going to roll a d8. That's the way he's going to charge. Because he's a mindless beast right now, so bear with him. Since that's what you're saying to do anyways. If I roll a 4, I'm assumingly coming right at y'all. Because y'all are to my south.
Ooh,
All right, so you go
South-
southwest.
Yeah.
hey. But pretty close. All right. Attaboy.
So Max is going to just headlong dash with the tendrils whipping out around him.
Oh.
Just seemingly heading back to camp.
How long does that last for?
I was about to say, yeah.
surge.
The rage is, the surge is. It doesn't say like how long it lasts for. It just says they lash out. Because I don't think unless it says an automatic
Hmm.
like end. A lot of it's like until your rage ends.
So then I'm guessing that one normally would be just that it surges, it does that, and then it goes away.
I
But
mean, it's fine.
on this one, no.
I was gonna say you can have it end as soon as I start dashing.
So you
It's your
dash
call.
southwest, and as you are dashing partway through, the tendrils begin to sort of dissipate. So there's the 30-foot circle where the tendrils were destroying like bushes and stuff, and then it trails a bit to the southwest and then ends, and then the rest of it is just an angry dragonborn running
Charge.
through running through the forest. Leafin looks over at you, boss, and is just like, should we...
Oh, I mean, if you want to try, be my guest, but we are pretty far away, so
I'm not going over there.
yeah, I'm not going over there either. That's a terrible idea.
Max,
If
what
it-
are you doing?
I mean, we'll keep an eye on him, but just let him sort it out. Oh,
I know
have-
that this is not what Max is necessarily wanting, but the two
Nope.
sensible people left chasing after you.
Max is gonna get back to the stream and change course south, heading straight for camp.
All right. So, boss, you and Leaf see him start headed towards camp. We should go back.
Yeah, we probably can move faster than he can. How far away, or what's the distance between the river? Did we just not the distance?
So Max went like an hour north of the river, and then the distance from you to the river was probably like half an hour at most, maybe.
Okay, and the river is like what, 50 feet wide, 100 feet wide?
I'd say like 100 feet wide,
Okay.
but it's not super deep.
Yeah.
It's shallow enough to where like you guys, the water was about up to your neck at the deepest point while you were wading across, holding your gear over your head.
Yeah. So, I guess we'll start moving, like, obviously not following him directly, but would it be, actually, I guess, did we, on our way up here, did we see a narrower path, a narrower version of the river version
I mean,
spot? Is it pretty equal distance?
So you, in the course of following Max, you didn't.
Okay.
But Leafin does know of a crossing that is thinner to the south, like west southwest.
Yeah, so if he's in a mind rage, he's just going straight, not thinking of the fastest or the best approach, I'm guessing. So hey, Leafin, I'll give you the option while we're running. Do you think your party would react well to a ragey Dragonborn?
Well, Shiraz might have something to say about it.
How good at you were at dodging things?
Can't say I've had to do too much of it.
Okay. He's in the middle of the water now?
Max is still like, I mean, he's only just started walking, so he's, and you guys went like an hour away from the river, so
Okay,
he's got a ways to go. He's not in the water.
All right.
Yet.
Ooh, and he doesn't have his half plate on, right?
Yep.
And he hasn't seen us?
Nope.
Well. Do I feel like sneak attack?
Why is that the question? Okay.
All right. Let's have a little fun, right? Leafin, if you might want to, start getting out of dodge. Let the camp know. I'm gonna see if I can play a little tag with our friend here. Since if he's still close enough and he's not actively moving, I'd like to throw a psychic dagger at him.
I will say that he's out of the range for that.
Oh, okay. Well then, never
because
mind.
you were south of him. He went southwest and then just continued south or southwest after that point, Max.
Well, I mean,
I went southwest, and then after a little bit, went south.
how far can he move? Because if he was like within outside of 30, he moved once, and then moved again.
I mean, I dashed, and now I'm still dashing. That's 120 feet.
Okay.
So, and also you were just standing there the entire time.
Okay.
So,
well then let's get going, Leafin. So no stabbing, fucking dickhead in the back.
I was gonna say you could try to like dash and get up to him and stab him because that's the Best way to calm down a raging dragon.
It wasn't about calming, it was about redirecting, said.
I mean, you could still try to catch up to him
Hmm.
if you want to.
No, Leafin, you said you know of a place to cross that would get us faster to the camp and in front of him.
Yeah, he's crossing kind of at the wider part of the river. It narrows out further up.
All right, then lead the way.
And he leads you back. Max, anything in particular you're wanting to do while you're making your way back?
Nope.
So is he effectively dashing the entire way?
Max?
Yes.
Oof, that's
So
exhaustion.
you're going to...
This will be 3 of 4.
Yep. So, for the people back at the camp, after you guys have broken down camp and gotten everything set, you guys wait for a couple hours. A few hours, actually, like 3 hours. And then you see somewhat wet Boss and Leafin approach the camp. And then you see, probably about 15 minutes later, a very drenched Maximus come back to camp.
We all see this.
Anyone who's at the camp.
How much time has lapsed from him leaving and us breaking down?
About 4.5 hours.
Is he still very angry?
Do we have the camp broken down?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so how long ago did we break down camp?
About 3 hours, 45 minutes ago.
So after we broke down camp and started following after the trail that Boss and Leafin had followed to try and find Max.
Oh, did you
That was
guys...
the continuation of that plan was we'll break down camp and just follow them. They'll follow after Max, and eventually Max will calm down. But now we've gone in a big circle because Max was coming back towards camp and we're somewhere behind Boss. And
I didn't hear that part of the plan, so I just figured you guys were sending Boss and...
I
Leafin
thought we were
after
just
him
waiting.
to wait as a
Oh, I
place.
didn't think we were waiting.
Yeah. So that was what my understanding was that you guys were
That's
doing.
fine.
So
Then we basically have camp broken down. We're just kind of hanging out, like,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
I assume we hear Max roaring through the brush to the north of us, coming south.
You wouldn't have
Is he
heard
coming from the
that
north?
because that was over an hour away, like an hour of regular travel.
Jeez. Okay.
So
But you do
But
get
we
to talk
see
to
him.
for 15 minutes.
We see him coming to camp.
you see him coming back now. Yes,
Yeah.
Okay. How does he look aside from wet?
Max, how do you look?
Exhausted and still very, very angry.
So I'm just going to turn to the entire rest of the group here and go, Healy, you and everyone else here should leave now.
Why?
Max isn't wearing his armor. And I don't know what's wrong with him, but he's wet, which is really weird for a dragon. I don't know. He looks weird, and Max doesn't usually look weird. This is all wrong. Like, I would have expected either like Boss and Leafin to find him and be like, "Hey, yo, maybe calm down. What's going on? Talk to me, buddy." And they're not back, so I don't know if
Well,
no,
no,
Max is finally...
the two of them arrived back before Max did because Max.
Oh, they
took
came back first. Okay.
Max
Is he
took a
still
route
in
there.
his
Sorry.
rage form?
Yeah, Zom's response would then be to turn to those two and go, "What's going on with Max? Is he better? Did he freak out? Did he find something? Did something call him away?
No, we found him like that.
What was he doing?
I would liken it to a existential rage.
What? So like he
You
snapped.
see Shiraz just start nodding knowingly.
By the
Like
time
it's
we got
Straight.
by the time we got there, we found his half plate next to the river, and then
So
we
he's-
crossed it, and we found him in a wooded area. He was frost breathing and calling tendrils of unending darkness.
So he's snapped. So I'm gonna turn to the rest of the party and say exactly what we said earlier. You all should leave. You all should head southwest immediately.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay.
Healy, what are you doing?
Tom's drawing his fucking weapons and just like, all right, here we fucking go.
I'm summoning Therapy Bear.
Yes. Yeah. We made
all
it.
gonna
Now-
go.
The difficult
make-
This is gonna go-
question: will Max attack Therapy Bear?
Therapy Bear.
You son of
I know.
a- I don't.
But we'll find
is
out
where-
after this break.
That'd be great.
Yay.
Max is gonna kill Therapy Bear, and then we're all gonna.
Welcome back, everybody.
I'd love to know.
I'm just so glad boss is chill. He's like, it's happening, I guess.
Oh, this is Zom is kind of like, oh well, this is happening. You all should run, and everybody's like, yeah, we're good. Like, all right, cool.
Nah, it's fine. He's probably fine. He's probably not even that mad. Meanwhile, he's over on the side, like across the river, just like, I'll fucking kill your whole family! Fucking. I want that to be the if anyone ever watches this and decides for whatever reason that you want to do an animation, I want that to be the jump cut. Just like, oh, he's probably fine.
Yeah, he's probably fine.
Oh,
Oh, you motherfucker!
So tired of these motherfucking idiots at my motherfucking party.
See, that's the rub. 90% of
I mean,
D&D
there's only
parties
two of
are
us.
idiots, no matter what.
And mine is
I'm
in my
just glad
stats
Amarasi
be an
wasn't
idiot.
here.
Could you imagine?
If Amarasi had been here, I don't think Max would have made it out of the fucking. He wouldn't have made it 10 feet away. He'd have turned around and just been like, "You dead."
Yeah,
I mean, he's been good lately.
Yeah,
He's been good lately.
up until like the end of that last session. Then I was just like, you know what? Everything that you had gotten so far, dead.
Gone.
It's dead to me.
What did he do end of last session that undid?
Yeah.
Because
I
he
didn't think it
made
was
two
that
of
bad.
them invisible, which was useful. It wasn't his fault that one of them messed that
And
up.
then I ruined it.
Yeah. I think Rossi only had positives last time.
Yeah.
I think,
I'm trying to
I think it might have been. I don't know. I have to go back and watch.
He's
and
guilty by
find out.
association. He's like, no matter what someone bad does, he's like, Rossi, fuck. He's like, oh, sorry, how was it?
That's like, what is it from The Simpsons? Like, Rossi, no! What? Sorry, reflex.
Yeah, just,
Yeah,
So, but what does Max do to Bear Piss?
that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah. All right.
Fairfish
So,
just walks over, wanders out in his nice little jacket, like, "Rrr,
In his clipboard.
do you need some help?"
Yeah.
Max just fucking murders him. This is the turning point of the entire party.
so
So those summoned beasts are really strong.
I mean,
I have
you
learned.
summoned one
Therapy
bear.
Well, it's the
brown
the
bear.
spirit one.
Yep.
So,
Therapy
Max,
bear is the spirit bear.
Okay,
You
so
com-
before I go into this tirade, I need to know. At any point, and do not lie, at any point, have you mentioned the heart around Max?
I don't think so. I don't
the
know.
Doom
Have I?
box. The Doom
Doom
box has
box.
been mentioned multiple times.
Around Max.
But I don't know what's in it. I just know it's a Doom box.
I don't know.
No, because I was asked if it's still beating, and everyone was listening when I hugged it and was like, "Yep, it's
Yep.
still beating."
Max was not.
Everyone was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he wasn't listening because he hates
Wasn't
all
listening.
of us.
If
think
you
there
weren't
was
listening when I
something-
hugged the box and said,
Why would I listen
"Oh,
when
it's
you
still
put the box?
beating,"
Yeah.
Because it's the Doom box.
Gives me all the information I need, though.
Okay.
So, you guys see Max coming back into the camp,
Mhm.
still fuming. And he looks right at Healy, and he says, "Give me the box.
Fuck you!
I will not tell you again. Give me the box."
The rest of the
No.
second, everybody else with the second expedition looks very confused.
What do you need the box for?
Roderick leans over to you, Zemtruck, and he goes, "What box are they talking about?"
Remember how Darrigan brought... Okay, sorry. Remember how there was a holy relic in Flamehearth? And everyone thought it was like the ashes of a great hero who had died over a plague and burned themselves?
You mean the reliquary of St. Cohen?
Right, yeah. So apparently that's not what's in that box.
Pause. You
Mhm.
have the reliquary with you?
Well, now that somebody's yelling about it, sure, yeah, we do. It was one of the things that the church gave us when we were running away, and they kind of came with us. Some of them came with us, those that made it.
Now,
Since the
Max
cat's
and
out of the
Healy,
bag.
if you two want to continue.
I'm not giving you the box, especially when you're in a state like this. I've brought out Therapy Bear if you need to talk about it.
I rolled intimidation against you, madam.
So,
And I'm stupid.
Cool. That's
Can
all
you
I said.
intimidate an idiot?
Yes, you can.
even stupid can be intimidated. So
Because when you have the fear of a god in front of you,
Gordon, make a
I took on the pale lights.
okay, cool story, bro.
Are you?
Do we have
done?
an idiot saving throw?
It's a will save.
Or charisma? Because I don't think there is. Yeah, there is no will. So
It's wisdom. Your
I've got a
willpower
sanity.
save against
Fourth
them.
edition had will saves.
yeah, I was gonna say
Oh,
either
it's,
Oh.
it's okay.
charisma or
Calm down, old
wisdom
man, please. Put it back in the deck.
Yes, the edition that does not.
does not have will. Yep. So I'm going to say a charisma saving throw.
Why would you choose charisma? I'm the least charismatic.
And also, to be on Healy's side, there are people who can be so stupid they cannot be mind controlled, charmed, or intimidated. That is an actual thing.
Yes, but
In them.
she's not there.
I know, but like
Yeah,
you're like it's
How
impossible. not to
stupid
do
are
it.
you?
You can,
Right.
no matter even the most brainless creature can be scared.
15, it was terrifying.
It is built into the flight or fight response. So no matter how stupid, it is possible.
Now you
Healy.
can have a stupid response by pulling a weapon because you're terrified.
So
Mine would be to call my pack of wolves. I
okay.
hope you know that's my response.
So
If
that's
I'm scared, I'm calling a pack of wolves.
I'm saying. So hang on a second, Healy. You. This is also where I wish that there was like a moment of before we got into this. You do feel a fair amount of intimidation from Maximus, and you can feel just the full brunt of his rage building. What you do with that is your choice.
Don't like that.
That.
Don't like that at all.
Just Healy's like, sir, I am feeling uncomfortable. Can you just stop?
Please. I'm seeing what the rating is for wolves.
I
Yeah,
believe
I
they are
just-
CR.
I'm just
There
like,
are 1/4, so I'm summoning 8 wolves.
So, Max, there is now a pack of wolves and Healy between you and the Doom box.
okay. Max is going to close the gap.
Hang on a second. Let me go ahead and just
Yeah. Oh,
move us all. I'm kind of
Look at
glad
this.
that I made a.
look at this.
Whoa,
Hi.
this is beautiful. Look at
Look
that.
at this.
Okay, we need to put everybody where we are because those
We've
beds
been
aren't
for
there.
lunch. It's 4:40. It's not dinner time yet.
See,
Yep.
I made one comment we hadn't seen her.
You shouldn't.
I-
You summon.
I conjured Sunba.
All right.
It's all Lore's fault.
So, the camp has effectively been broken down, but
Right.
Yeah.
We kind of move each other around.
so, there's
That is
8
also going through the back of my head.
there's 8 wolves between you and Healy, Maximus.
And Healy holding a fork and a knife.
Healy's not holding no fork and no knife.
You right. I'm gonna turn into a wolf and eat the whole box.
It's a wolf, not a snake. It can't just.
Got a
direwolf?
bigger mouth than an elf, or Jesus, an elf.
You could do it.
You can
I could turn into a snake.
hippo. You can turn into a hippo.
I can turn into a giant snake.
Oh, there you go.
Not a giant snake, but a snake.
All right. So, Maximus, what are you doing?
Can you put out wolves for me, please, so I can see where they're at?
So, real quickly, I'm going to position you guys because you came from the north. So, you are about here. I'm going to say Healy is here. Boss and Leafin came from that direction.
Where are the other NPCs? Are they on the right side or the left side?
I'm going to say that they're over here near you guys.
It's not across over here.
We're just going to say that these are
Yeah, that'll work.
the wolves.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, boss's,
And my spirit bear.
ooh, that's right.
Don't
Oh,
forget
God,
the
that's
bear
right, yeah.
fist.
Boss's first
Law
action
bear.
is to grab horns and use her as a shield. Thank you.
Well, you're gonna have to run in front of Max to get to her.
That's fine. Anything?
You can only have one or the other. You cannot have both.
I call shenanigans.
No, because they're both concentration spells. You can have one or the other.
That is true. So,
Boo.
which are you going to have?
My 8 wolves.
Wolves.
Okay.
Holy shit, that's a lot of wolves.
Yeah.
All right.
The wolves in the air are gonna be pissed. You said
real
you
They
were
all
quickly-
just start coming too. Can that happen? Can one of my wolves call for backup?
No.
Dang it. I just bring every wolf in the forest.
So yeah, wolves would be able to recognize something not of their own group,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Be like, I don't fucking know what that is. Steve, is that you again? I was like, "Arr."
Steve's that you again? No,
Yeah.
too
Nope.
stupid.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm real quickly just doing this.
All right. So hey, Leafin, I keep saying how you just get used to this stuff.
This is new.
This is pretty good. This is new stuff.
All right. I'm just going to say that that's the wolves have taken a delta formation.
Wolves, fail
A
for me.
So
flying
proud of
V.
them.
Yeah, I was like, we've got to fight a B-52
We got
bomber
Delta
now.
Team 6 wolves. Delta Team
So
8 wolves.
Healy, you can adjust for me if you want how these wolves are. Well, you can't actually adjust. You'll have to tell me how you want them, but
This is fine.
that's
The
fine.
closer
Okay.
Max gets, the more that they wrap around him to form a circle.
Okay. So, Max,
Mhm.
are you engaging in combat?
Give her another shot. Healy, this is not up for debate. Give me the box.
Ooh.
Why must you be too stupid for your own good? I'm trying to save you, child. And
If
yet
you
you
can talk
don't
calmly.
listen. It's going to fly into another rage. Here comes the D8. A bolt of light shoots from your chest. Each creature of your choice that you can see within 30 feet of you must make a con save or take a d6 radiant damage and be blinded.
That is Healy and all of her wolves.
And boss. And leaving.
And Boss and Lethan.
Well, you can
Right.
see everybody. It's everybody.
Well, it says in front. Is it a radius or is it...
Let's see.
Is it a radius or a cone?
It doesn't say it's just 30 feet that you could see within 30 feet of you. And it's
Oh, yeah, that is technically everyone.
another creature of your choice that you could see. And it's actually only one person.
Oh, okay, so...
Oh, not any creature. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
So...
Healing.
I was like, Rossi. Oh.
I
Yeah.
swear to God.
Yeah, you had that one coming for a long time, boy.
What is the... Okay, the requiring saving throw the DC equals 8 plus your proficiency plus your con modifier. So what is your
Yes,
proficiency
so
bonus?
that total will be an 18.
An 18.
Constitution saving throw, yeah.
Okay, so Healy, you must succeed on a DC 18 con save.
Almost.
That was fucking close. Good.
Also, while this is happening, I would like the two of you to please roll initiative.
Okay.
I want to
big
use
old
my DM
zero.
inspiration to try one more time.
You can. Make sure that you mark that your inspiration is gone. Oh no. So Healy,
I'm
you
eating
are
the box.
now...
That's it. I'm eating it. I'm done.
So Healy,
Eating the
real
heart.
quickly roll that damage because it is 1d6 radiant damage.
Rolled 2 1s in a row.
That's okay.
That should have been Maximus who was rolling, but it's okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, huh? It's
Yeah,
like,
you said he like
you did say Healy.
Roll your own
It's like,
damage.
okay.
yeah, it's like dig your own
I
grave.
was saying Healy at first, and then I comma, real quickly roll the damage. Healy.
I
So it
didn't
was
hear the
two
comma.
separate. It was an interjection.
damn Oxford commas.
An interjection, so to speak.
So 4 damage
So
total.
4 damage.
And you are blind.
Until the start of Maximus's next turn. I'm going
What
to
kind
roll...
of blinding is it?
it's
Oh, no,
just-
never mind. I can't
it's
be
just-
charmed.
It's just
Yeah.
blind. It's not a charm. It's blind. Let me get to the dice roller.
You can do it, buddy.
There we go. All right, so... And let's see. Wolf has... What? +2 to Dex.
Yeah.
So each one of these is
my
+2.
gosh.
So
Oh. There are so many of them going first.
all right. So the turn order will be because Max rolled a 4, Healy rolled a 1, so Healy's going to be last no matter what. Well, no, there will be one wolf. Oh, no, that's just okay. Yeah, no,
Nope.
Healy will be last no matter what.
I was about
Okay,
to say,
so
we can't get lower than that.
so the turn order will be
Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, Wolf 4.
There's like 5 wolves, and then
Yep.
Max.
Actually, it's 7 wolves, then Max, then or no, it's probably gonna be Wolf. It's probably gonna be all 8 wolves, Max, Healy.
So Max's is 4, but you're you
You're
don't have a modifier.
One wolf goes after you.
Yeah. That's why I was like, the one that rolled a
Well-
2 still goes before me.
Yep, because it's a +2 to it. It's a +2 to each one of those dice.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And
Yep.
Max does not have any in Dex, which means since it's a tie, it goes to whichever has the higher dexterity modifier, being the wolf. So it's literally 8 wolves, followed by Max, followed by Healy. Why is it not letting me... There we go. Oh, this is being so infuriating. All right.
I just
Ooh.
love that. I just love the initiative is wolf, 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 Matt Sealy.
All right.
The angels.
So, Wolf
Mhm.
with 21.
Before combat starts, if there is a possibility of us getting involved, do you want us to roll initiative as well?
If you're going to get involved, please roll initiative.
Thank you.
Do you have a dex modifier for that one?
Yes, it's +1.
Okay, so 19. So, let's see. That's a 21. That's the 20. So then it will be Zamtarok.
Oh man, guess what I can turn into?
A wolf.
A black bear.
Ah,
I could
Yeah.
eat the heart so fast if I'm a bear.
okay. So that's going to be boss.
I mean, it's in a box. You do have to open the box, right? It's
And
like
if I'm a
lid.
bear, I can just claw it right open. Or just swallow the box whole. Chomp, chomp, chomp.
Jump, jump, jump.
So
Yum,
I'm
yum.
going to say, unless you are a huge creature, you will not be able to swallow it whole. Even a large creature will not be able to swallow this box whole.
Like the size of a big King James Bible.
It's bigger than that, actually. A little bit.
Well,
What
like the
about a
ones that they-
crocodile?
Also, are we forgetting the logistics of her having to get it out of a bag in bear form?
Mhm.
Yes.
I'd pull it out
We're
first.
not.
I'm not that dumb.
She would pull it out first and then
All right,
change.
so let me get back on track here.
It hasn't been stated, and she's blind now.
Yes.
I can feel its heartbeat.
And then
Okay, whatever.
14.
It's like reaching into a bag in the dark.
It is feasible.
And finding exactly what you want.
Mhm.
I mean, it is. I've already established that
A
it is a
box.
pretty big box.
It is feasible. It is a big box. Correct. You know what?
I will say it's
I
big
will-
enough
I
to
will
be
just do
readily
me.
identified, but there is the problem of getting in, grabbing the contents, and eating the contents.
I don't need the details. Apparently, I'm just gonna do me.
Uh,
Cool down a little bit,
Oh, I am
I-
calm as a cucumber.
obviously. All right, so we got
Max isn't.
14.
You know.
Also, obviously. 1, 2.
Yeah, that's
3, 4. I missed
that
one.
is clear.
I missed one. Where's the one I missed?
Did you?
1, 13, 12. That's the one I missed. And then 10. And there's 2 left, which is the 4 and the 2. All right, so that one has, with the +2 to it, 6. And then this one has 4. And then it's Max.
You know, very nice down at bottom.
Not all the way at the bottom. Because right after you is Healy. Oh,
Uh-oh.
I hit the wrong button.
that's all good. All right. We have our turn order now. Wolf, Wolf, Zamtarok Boss, Wolf, 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 Max Healy. Ooh. Okay. Healy, I am going to send you the stat block for the wolves
Perfect.
so that you are aware of the options you have with it. All right. Now that that is done,
What the wolves doing, though?
I'm
right.
so glad that everybody just thinks that I'm being a monster. I'm doing it the wrong way. Don't get me wrong.
No. It's the, when you showed up, you're like, "Give me the box." That's why Zom's response was, "What do you want it for?"
all right. So,
Come on.
Exactly, and I'm not giving it to someone who's like in a rage.
You've always been a monster. Let's.
all right. So, Maximus, you have done the damage. You have blinded Healy. Any
Mhm.
other actions that you're taking?
Yes, he's going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here,
Okay.
and say he's going to be like, "You don't need control of something like that. You are not strong enough to defend it." I am trying to save you, child. I am not trying to harm you, but you leave me no choice.
There's always a choice. And do you think you are in sound mind to make that choice for me?
Whether I am enraged or not, you are not smart enough to know what you have if you are willing to talk to deities of this world.
Don't you talk to a sword?
I connect with my weapon. I do not talk with it.
Mm-hmm.
And you shouldn't know that, metagamer.
That is actually true. You do not know
Yeah.
the full details of. Although there was,
I
I'm not
did break your
mistaken,
connection with the lightning.
she did break your connection with the sword, and there was a whole part about that. So it is not
It's
outside
yeah,
the
it's
realm
not.
of
I do know
possibility.
you're connected to it.
Okay, but you don't know I talk to it. There's the difference.
That is a nuance. I will side with him on that one. You don't know that he talks to it. You just know that he has a connection with it.
I don't want to fight you, but I also will not let you make decisions for me.
So be it. And that ends my turn.
Ilya, it's your turn. You are blind. So
I'm gonna pull out the box.
okay. You pull out the box. It's easy enough for you to find it.
I'm gonna open the box.
The box does not open.
Interesting.
May I pip
I'm
up
gonna
with this or
prepare.
no?
You very obviously see her trying to open the box, but I'm going to say for the moment we're still in the window where you've already said something. We're going into the other people's turns.
Yeah, no. That's why I was like, that's why I was asking, can I pip up? If not, then no big deal.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably not right now.
Fair enough.
So, Healy,
Sorry, Ashley. Go ahead.
your window of doing stuff is also closing, so You try to open the box.
I'm gonna
it doesn't open.
prepare. Call lightning.
Okay.
And then that'll be my turn.
All right. It is this wolf's turn. What are you having that wolf do? You have the stat
hello?
block. So
Yeah, I'm having it move, but it's not letting me move it.
yeah, it's being
Oh.
weird with letting me like set permissions to let you move it.
Can you not set to where she has control?
Well, that's the thing. It's not letting me change the controlled by, because it just says determined by character settings. It's not letting me.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably because you're pulling it as a token off of something else that you have stowed away in the journals. That's probably why. No. I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm just letting you know.
I'm
That's
not
probably
experienced with roll 20s so much, so I'm like, yeah, probably.
the why. Fair enough.
All right. So,
I'm gonna have him run here.
so this wolf running to here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He goes there, and he ends his turn there.
Yep.
Next wolf, which is this one here.
Goes here.
To where?
Here. I'm basically gonna
Right,
have them
right,
circle.
Okay. Zamtarok, it is your turn.
Zom. Zama's gonna prepare Misty Step.
Okay. Anything else that you're doing?
Nope.
All right. End your turn. Boss, it is your turn.
Okay. Shit. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna come up to Healy and lean in and I'm gonna try to whisper this. Sorry, Healy. I'll try to get it back to you. And I'm stealing the box.
So give me a sleight of hand.
And she's blind.
She is blind.
It doesn't mean I can't hold on to it.
Sure.
Yeah, that doesn't change that.
And I have call lightning prepared.
Hey, deal.
Well, the other part too, I was about to say, for simply holding on, it was going to be at disadvantage because she doesn't know, but then you whispered it to her that you're taking it right before you were about to grab it. So she kind of could feasibly, like, try to prepare. I'm still going to say disadvantage, though. So, boss, give me a sleight of hand, contested by Healy. Give me... how are you going to try to prevent him from grabbing it from you? Are you going to be trying to move it, or are you going to be trying to just hold on tightly?
Try to hold on tightly.
Strength saving throw, please. Boss snatches the box out of your hand.
So I moved 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My 30. And so do you count me stealing that as an action? Bonus
Yes.
action? What?
It is an action.
As a move, action.
Can you open it so I can eat the heart?
I'm just trying to get it away from people.
If I'm gonna get murdered, I might as well get to eat the heart.
Yeah, maybe.
My dying wish is let me eat it.
Okay. This
What?
is the first.
I don't
Okay.
want to kill you. Jesus.
You're the one who started this.
Because you don't listen to reason. But okay.
That token is. Where did that token?
That token was leaving.
Oh.
I was leaving, just leaving.
What happened to Leafin? He just gets deleted.
Leafin. Gotcha. So you guys haven't seen this one, but psychic teleportation, a bonus action. I manifest my psychic blades. I'm going to basically throw it, and I get 10 feet based on that D8 roll, and it's getting directly away from all of you fuckers.
All right, what direction you going, or where are you going to?
So if this is well, it's of course I'm pinging a black circle, so it's hard to see. But if is this accurate, as in like forested, wooded area?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to throw it basically directly away from both of them, and the barrier of wolves to stop the movement.
All right. So then you teleport to that spot.
Well, it depends. Let's see. So I can go 60 feet away, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 off the map.
Yeah, that's off the map. So we'll just say 60 feet that direction.
Now,
and that ends
in
your
the cover
turn.
of woods, yes.
So next is this wolf. You, by the way, if you want to send the wolves after boss, you must succeed on a perception check at disadvantage, which, with you being in your favorite terrain, evens out to just a plain perception roll. You must succeed at that to even be able to discern where boss has gone.
I'm gonna try that.
She was saying move the wolf towards, and
that's-
you gave it to her.
No, you cannot move the wolf towards, because it's following your directions, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you don't know where boss has gone.
She can say
Yeah,
get
so what do I
box.
need to
You
roll?
could,
Get
yeah,
box.
you could say chase boss. You could say chase
And then-
boss.
Yeah. So what do you say I need to roll for just no
the
advantage?
roll would be when it's back to your turn.
Okay. So yeah,
But
for
you
now I'm just
could-
gonna have the wolves continue circle.
You could say chase boss. You could say that, but at that point I will say one of the wolves at least needs to succeed on a perception roll to
Okay.
identify where
Yeah.
boss has gone, and then chase.
I'm gonna send one of them after boss.
Okay, is that the one that is up next?
I'm gonna say, yeah. I'm gonna say don't hurt him, but get the box back.
All right. They have a +3 to perception, so it'll be okay. I'm going to say it will be since boss has gone such a far distance in a short amount of time, it is going to be at least a DC 15 to see where he's going. Between trees, between foliage, between all that stuff. And it is just under. The wolf cannot immediately tell where boss has gone.
That's fair enough.
So that is an action. The wolf still has movement.
And he's gonna go right here.
Okay. Next wolf, which is this one right here.
Right here.
Right here.
No, right here.
Oh, sorry.
Behind Maximus.
Okay. And then any actions for that?
No. I'm just trying to circle him.
Okay. Next is this wolf.
Right here.
Okay. And then next is this one.
Right there.
Okay. And then next is these two's turns.
The sheet, where did it go? I'm gonna yell out, "You're surrounded. Stop coming after me."
I don't need to anymore.
I'm going to say that you are not yelling that until it is back around to your turn.
I mean, I was gonna allow it because my response is gonna be the same one way or another.
Are you having these wolves do anything, Haley?
No,
In that case,
I'm
it
not
goes,
having them attack unless I have to.
It goes back around to Max's turn.
I mean, Max is gonna look at the wolves surrounding him. He's gonna be like, "If this is meant to scare me, you have no idea who you're messing with. However, I don't need you anymore. I am sorry to have to put you through this." And he's going to provoke 2 attack of opportunities as he attempts to leap, using his wing to get over. And he's gonna walk towards where Boss threw his knife because he has no idea where he went.
Well, wolves, you're within threat range of.
Hmm?
Isn't that 4 attacks of
It
opportunity?
is 4 attacks of opportunity. 'Cause
Okay,
it's
so
this one, this one, this one, and this one.
okay.
So,
Are they attacked?
Haley?
What a ballsy
He
statement.
tries to jump
Go
out.
on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. 4 attacks of opportunity. And
With pack tactics.
With pack tactics.
Yep.
They
all
are
of these-
surrounded.
All of these are made
Every
at
single one.
advantage. So, they just doing. So it's a regular bite. So it's a +4 to hit. So that is. First one does a 21.
Does.
Okay. 2d4 plus 2. You take 4 damage from that one. I'm guessing a 9 does not.
Nope.
Does either 19?
Yes.
Okay. Then you take 5. And then for the last one, does a 10. Nope. Alright, so
For
you have taken 8 damage.
Gonna be 90.
Oh, sorry, 9. 9 damage.
Yeah.
Are those wolves also going to trip with the bite to try and knock him prone?
So it doesn't say any. Oh, actually, it does say.
No, it's fine,
it's-
Tom. Thanks.
What?
I needed more reason.
So
Who want to kill
two-
you? Out of
so-
character.
It shouldn't,
okay.
It shouldn't be too difficult. So Maximus, you need to succeed on.
Jeez.
You need to succeed on 2 DC 11 strength saving throws or be knocked prone.
I already had a athletics geared up, so I'm gonna go ahead and roll it because it won't let me
Yeah, go ahead.
deactivate it.
Go ahead.
So just letting you know that's what that's gonna be in case I don't get knocked prone.
All right.
And strength checks, you said 11s.
Yep.
That is
And you get knocked prone.
fine. Whatever.
So you
Cool.
get knocked prone. I'm going to say it moves back 1 and you land right where it was and you get knocked prone there.
Okay.
Healy, your turn. Your sight is now back
Am I? Okay.
because it was until the end of his turn.
Do I see the blade?
Make a perception roll. But I'm going to
Are you talking
say
about my psychic blade?
The psychic
Yeah.
blade disappears.
it,
Yeah, they poof.
Yeah, the blade
Oh.
itself you would not see, but you could feasibly try to see Boss, but I am going to say he is so far away that it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a high bar.
Gotcha. I'm gonna say I
Yeah,
don't want to hurt you.
The other part being you don't know what direction he's even gone, so I'm actually going to say you're
Yeah.
going to have to track him. So it'll be a survival, not a perception, to find his tracks, and then you'll need to follow them. So, what do you do?
I'm going to say, are you done coming after me?
If she's leaving her time for you to respond, then you can respond, Max.
If you leave the box in Boss's hands, I will not come after you.
Why would you trust with the box with the most untrustworthy person in our party?
Because he has been nothing but straightforward and honest. He has not once lied to me. He has not once held secrets from me.
If you say so. So are we done?
Depends. Are you going after Boss?
Not at this moment.
Then for this moment, we're done.
All right. Zam and Boss, because I'm guessing you're not having the wolves take any action, Healy?
No, but I am gonna leave the area whenever we're out of combat and go into the woods with my wolves. Like over here. Because I have had quite enough of this bullshit.
Zam Turok, are you doing anything?
No. He's basically like, oh, okay. Well, that happened. And turn to the others and go, so.
Don't judge us. That was just a little. Just had to.
Boss,
No, they can talk for themselves.
Are you doing anything?
Um.
I'm going to say that you were probably far enough away that you did not hear. Unless you want to make a perception roll to see if you heard.
Sure, might as well.
I'm going to say DC 15.
Okay,
to
well,
hear.
regardless, yeah. So what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. So getting far enough away, I'm then going to be waiting to actively see if anyone's coming after me. So I will go. I will try to hide myself.
Okay.
So, regardless, I'll keep listening to see if that had been sorted. But game plan: get far enough away, hide, let them figure it out, and then.
I also need to release my spell that I'm holding because I'm not going to waste a spell slot.
Okay.
So I'm releasing my Call Lightning.
So you do hear that the fight's pretty much
Yeah.
stopped.
Yeah, still gonna stay hidden just in case.
Is this water?
That is water.
I'm going to release my Call Lightning over there
Okay.
in the middle of the water.
Boom.
Big splash.
Those
Have you
poor
actually
fishies.
seen like lightning touch water? It is the most terrifying thing ever.
I'm going to make a point.
Yeah. That's how
And
close he
Zamtrok's going to get some morale out of that, but...
is. Like, water
He's
and
like,
lightning? Yeah. That's
As
awesome.
I'm like, so basically, as I'm walking back here with my pack of wolves, I'm going to release it. And it's just going to be a splash of water and lightning in this little pond.
And with that, we are out of initiative.
Yeah.
I'll be over here if you need me.
And the wolves are following you, yes?
Yes. I can only trust the nature.
Healy of the wolves.
After the wolves will leave, Max gonna get himself off, dust himself off. Just almost lost my cool for a second there.
Almost. Yeah.
Oh shit.
You're lucky I couldn't get that box open. It was about to be dinner.
We're lucky.
Yep.
I'll sacrifice myself to eat the heart.
Such a dumb play, but hey, it's your character. Do you, boo boo?
You were the one trying to kill her.
I was not trying to kill you.
He wasn't trying to kill you.
Understand? I had no intention to kill you. I was going to beat your.
trying, but...
I was going to beat you in order to get the box if I had to. I was actually planning to blind you, since that worked, and then grab the box and just take it. And if I had to fend off a series of fucking wolves, I would have.
Poor horns.
But I was in no way, shape, or form going to kill you. I'm glad that you thought that, though.
No,
I'm glad
you
that
were
thought
going
that,
to
though.
steal the box in your mighty rage that you are in.
Yes, you know me so well, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Wrong on all chords, but it's okay.
Anyways.
Anyways,
With your
So-
evil sword.
it is not evil yet.
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 You're going to feed the heart to the evil sword?
You have no idea what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to tell you because obviously you meta.
Mm-hmm.
Horns I'd have blinded,
yeah.
silenced, and ruined everyone. That's right. This was
This was Horns' moment.
Yeah, that's right. And we stole it from her.
I was just like, Max, are you good?
Also,
I'm
to
fine.
answer the question over in the Twitch
Are you
chat,
gonna?
the treks
Where'd your
would-
armor go?
the treks would have been to see which direction, because Boss did move 15 feet away from Healy before teleporting. So it would have been to tell what direction she needed to start looking. Because she had no
Yeah.
direction. North, south,
That's
east,
true.
west. What direction he went. So
Yeah, I guess I see what they're saying. 15 feet and then a gap of 60.
yeah.
Okay.
The tracking would have been to give her a direction to work with. To try to find you, not to track all the way to where you were. So
Okay. Now to answer your question. Max gonna look down and goes, shit, where did I put that?
Did you like lose it and take your armor off?
Yeah, I'm not used to losing control that you've seen previously. Not just now.
Right. Have you ever lost control before?
No,
Okay.
I don't know what's going on with me, but I think that's the calmest I've been in anger in a while.
Well,
And
that's a
that scares me.
plus.
So, watching from the outside in, how is the second expedition taking all of this? Because
they're all
we're
just
like,
sitting there, mouth agape, just like, we thought that we had problems. Holy shit!
So it's not our best foot forward.
No, it's not.
And Zom's just like, yeah. So we had the skills, but the whole party cohesion thing wasn't really these guys. Yeah, that's
Shiraz just looks over at you and just like, I don't know what that is.
You ever been in a military unit?
She looks at you like you're like,
Oof.
and she like just sort of points, and she doesn't have any, like, she's literally dressed with like torn leathers that she's just kind of like haphazardly like strapped together.
I have seen barbarians on ship and also in military units. They exist.
Yeah, but she
It's
very
just like-
clearly is not.
Okay, well, unit cohesion is when everyone kind of gets along. Kind of, not always, but kind of gets along. Better than he just sort of like waves his hand at this entire scene. Just better than this.
You know, your group is shit with that.
I mean, there are moments.
I have seen no moments. You are shit with that.
You all have a terrible cook and apparently stuck at mapping. It is what it is. We all have our negatives, right?
This is true.
this is true.
We all have our obstacles to overcome. So, what were we gonna do next? Where we go? We were going somewhere, right? Before. Oh, right. We need to find Boss.
Well. Now it's also probably pretty late.
Is it?
At least half
Well, I
the
mean-
day has passed.
Yeah. I mean, we could travel, but now we unfortunately have to find where you went. No one knows where Boss went. He just disappeared.
So as it stands right now, with your camp already packed up, you would be able to move 2 squares on the map.
Shall we get moving? I'm sure Keely will follow after us, and Boss will probably
Probably.
skulk from a distance.
Oh, Haley has returned. So what are y'all doing?
Heading west.
Here, I'll go ahead and
Let's
move
head
us-
west, young men.
I'll move
and
us back
ladies.
over to the large map. All right.
That's better.
So.
I gotta scroll back down to where we were at. God.
Yup. I have to do it every single time I end up on this scene. So
So if we continue following the river away from the lake, we can head southwesterly-ish.
you could try to go straight west until you hit the river and take the river
I go this way.
as a way to speed things up, or you can go southwest. Past Camp Hurricane and Spooky Ziggurat Camp and Obelisk.
I mean, if we go due southwest, we'll go from Camp Hurricane straight to the obelisk, and then we'll go hit the river. Straight to the water.
What about the rest of you? You on board with that plan?
Sure.
Do you have a plan? Is that the plan? Boss,
I
you?
have a plan.
I'm not there, but
True. You still have to.
You're like up a tree, just like, are they coming for me?
well, I'm watching you all.
You can
You're
see
75
pretty
feet
clearly
away.
that you can see pretty clearly from here that things have calmed down. There's no longer a fight.
See clearly through the. Did you climb a tree?
He did not climb a tree, but he rolled a 22 in perception.
Oh, okay.
So
Um,
and he knows where he ran from. So he has that working for him. So what you doing, boss?
So, well, now of course I can't see where Healy went off to, but watching them all, I assume I saw the giant lightning bolt and then her and 8 wolves stomp off into the woods.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to make my way that direction.
Towards Healy?
Yes.
Okay. So you head over in the direction of.
He stole a box. So Max would stop fighting. He's about to just hand him. Here you go.
You head over in the direction of Healy. Are you trying to do so stealthily?
Not overly stealthily, but
Okay.
not like
Is-
kicking fucking woods around.
Right.
Ah!
But enough to where the wolves, which have a passive perception of 13 at least, I think, would have, once you got closer, been able to alert Healy that
Sure.
someone's approaching.
Me and my angel babies.
So, Healy, you're sitting over with your wolves, and all of a sudden, some of them start perking up with somebody walking over, and you see its boss.
Hey,
I didn't get murdered.
I didn't think you would.
You want to
So,
help me name some dogs? I haven't come up with names yet.
yeah, I'm okay for that.
Perfect.
Do you need bandaged up?
Nope.
Which one do I name?
You can name 2 of them. And I pointed the 2 biggest boys. It's like, you can get those guys.
Mm, give me a moment. Not the best names.
They're okay names.
T Rex.
Hell yeah.
What's a T Rex? I don't know.
One's named
They're
Rex,
giant
one's named
chickens.
T.
Yeah. Yeah, T
Rex
and
T.
Rex. That's it.
Rex T, T Rex. Just depends on what order they're standing in.
Yeah, is it T Rex or is it Rexed?
Next time I call them, you're gonna get T-Rexed.
Hmm.
Accidentally summon a T Rex.
I didn't know I could do that.
What is that?
I could call a Velociraptor.
So he names the 2 T and Rex. And then what do you do?
I'm not gonna bother begging for it back. But all I can ask is that you don't give it to Max.
Well, I was planning on giving it back to you, but
I would appreciate that.
I do agree opening it is probably a terrible decision, and
That is literally a last ditch effort. But I refuse to let it go north.
well, thankfully we're going southwest, it seems.
Yep.
So how about this? You and I make a deal. I like deals.
You do like deals.
How about once we figure out how to open it and what it does, I give it back to you and you're the only one who makes that decision.
As much as I want to trust you, I've seen you make some shady deals. So I will give you a deal that I will not touch it. I will keep an alarm on it, and I will not pull it out of this bag until we find out how to destroy it.
If we're countermending deals, it stays in my bag and you put the alarm on mine.
We get separated too much. I can't keep an alarm on it if we're separated.
Well, then I guess that we have to travel as a pair then.
Oh my.
She's a child, you fucking perverts.
I mean,
You're elves.
You're elves, yeah.
for all you know, she could be 50.
I would know. I know how elves age.
Yeah, but the thing is, she doesn't know, right?
Oh.
I don't.
Yes.
And you don't know for certain how old she is.
I guess
Yeah.
she might not
'Cause
either.
I don't know how for certain how old I am.
So then not travel as a pair. You keep an eye on me since you don't trust me fully, and if you're trying to open it and kill all of us, I can't trust you, and I very much like living. So we trust each other to distrust each other.
You don't want me to open it, then don't have me get attacked over it.
I didn't, and I'm the one who stopped you getting attacked over it.
I would be more comfortable with it in my bag.
I understand, and I'd be more comfortable with it in my bag.
Seems we are at an impasse.
We are at an impasse.
We could give it to someone else without them knowing.
Mulross shows up and he's like, yeah, I would feel more comfortable if it was in my
That's
Fine.
actually not a terrible idea.
What? Why did I all of a sudden get like bad lip reading Yoda in there?
In my bag, you should put the.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right. A little levity never hurts.
The only problem is that if we do that, then we both have to keep an eye on one person.
Yeah, that is a problem.
So, deal still stands. Once we find out how to open it, I give it to you to destroy. But I hold on to it till then. You're right. I'm not the most trustworthy person, and I've thought of using this to get back home. Because if we take this on a boat, the pale lights won't destroy us because, hey, it doesn't want to cross the plague. So I'm not trustworthy with it. But I still believe in your naivete overall against Maximus's. So once we can destroy it, I give it to you.
I really need for you to show me or give me something to work with here to know I can actually trust you.
I like deals, and I could give you my word, but you'd have to let me know. Do you have any magic to look into see if I'm lying? Or
Yes,
force
but I
me into
can't
a
always
pact?
trust that.
So, well, then I'm afraid that's the best I can offer at this point. I believe in you, but I believe in you to do the right thing. Besides, if I didn't want to, why would I have even come here and talk to you about it? I could have just moved on. I'm the first
Is
one
there
taking a step
something of
forward.
yours that I can hold on to that has value?
My life? But no, nothing valuable.
You two also see the rest of the group beginning to move away from camp.
Zom wasn't trying to be quiet. He was
Yeah.
like, "All right, guys, let's get going," and like turns and just starts wandering away.
Zero intention of staying with the party right now. I
Um,
plan on staying back and being by myself in the woods until we can make our way south.
Well, you see them going southwest. So.
Basically heading towards Camp Hurricane.
Boss is just waiting here watching.
I have no intention of sleeping in the camp for a while.
That's fine. I don't blame you, but that
So,
still doesn't answer our predicament.
here's what we can do. You can carry it during the day, and I set the alarm on it at night, but it stays near my camp.
I come out of camp so we can stay on with you. You put the alarm on it, and then we travel together.
The problem is the alarm has to be in a standstill location, so I'd have to be near it.
Fine. Then
So drop
you
your
and I
bag
will.
off at my area at night when it's time to sleep.
Hmm.
I can set the alarm and react if needed, and I can link us both to the alarm.
Actually, that just gave me a good idea. I really have to talk to Rossi about his bag. For now, that is acceptable. So we will travel with the group. We will hold on to it. You will set the alarm. We will both stay in the same camp together, so we both can keep an eye on it.
Perfect.
Two sets of eyes watching it is better.
I agree.
Shake.
Shake.
Deal.
All the wolves lift up their paw to shake. Shake.
Yeah.
T-Rex.
T. Rex.
You're my
Yes,
dogs.
thank you.
Yeah, so,
You can hang out with T and Rex.
okay. Then I guess we're moving southwest.
I'm still not walking with the party. I will be behind a little bit.
That's fair.
Boss, are you walking with her or are you catching up to the party?
She wanted space, so do you mind if I keep in touch?
Yes.
Okay. So then I expend my freebie mind link, and then I'll head to the group for 7 hours.
Nice.
Nice.
That should get us to camp if we're traveling.
Do
half
I get
the
a
day.
boost in morale for not having the box on here?
Yeah, she's like, oh, thank God.
No, actually, I'm going
The
to
ring
say
of power.
I'm going to say that as a result of the infight, each of you. So everybody in the party has taken a -1. The 2 people directly involved have a -2 to their morale.
Hooray!
So that being Max and Healy.
So, mechanics question, Mr.
Mhm.
DM man. If I have inspiration because we peaked, but then lose 2 right now, do I lose that for the day, or just tomorrow I
No,
will
you
not
still
get?
you'll have it until you use it.
I thought it was just per day.
Nope. So inspiration is one of those things that you either have or you don't have.
Okay.
So that's where it's like you can have it and just not use it across multiple days. Even if you're staying at maxed out, you're not getting additional inspiration because you either have or don't have. Once you
Okay.
use it, you have to get it back.
Good job, Toby.
So-
We're thieves. Yay. We're good-natured thieves.
So, you all move until there. That is where your travel ends. Because of how much time has been spent already. I imagine you guys are going to be setting up a camp, 2 separate camps.
Yep. They don't get my survival skills anymore.
Healy, how far away are you setting up your camp from the other camp?
Like, maybe 20 feet away. Not far, but enough to be, like, not near them.
Okay. So I'm going to just put 1 circle since it's not a significant enough distance for there to be multiple.
Oh, we waited for everybody before we started moving?
They started moving ahead of you.
As you all basically started having a conversation, so I was like, cool, let's get the hell out of here because the day's wearing on.
Okay. So did you wait for Max to go get his half plate, grab it, and come back, or is he leaving it?
I'm leaving it.
Oh, shit. There you go then. I guess it is only +1, so. You sexy tanky boy, you.
So
much con, no dexterity.
Yep.
Yeah, it's useless anyway.
are you guys doing anything on your journey to the next stop, basically the next campsite?
Foraging.
All right, roll me for foraging.
Really have to forage now.
Healy, about 30 minutes into you guys walking, your wolves vanish.
Yeah. Bye, angels.
Wait, what?
They only last
They're
for
only
an
up
hour.
for an hour.
Boss is emotionally hurt by that. You didn't tell him T-Rex was just gonna die.
I'll bring T-Rex back again, I promise.
Anyone else doing anything? Very nice, Zamtrak.
Woohoo, we really need food. I wasn't sure, but are the is the second expedition willing to like pitch in food for when we cook more food?
Yes, there. A couple of them are also
Okay.
going to be foraging with you.
Thank God.
Not that one.
Oh no.
Not that.
And not that one either.
I was gonna say, is it Shirashi's like, I don't make camp, I kill things.
No, so it was going to be Talus and Leafin. Talus rolled a 6 and Leafin rolled a 4. Oh, wait. Leafin has advantage.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Nope.
Nope, still fail. Okay.
Nope. So you're the only one foraging successfully, Zamtruck.
They just keep tripping over shit.
So, Zamtruck, while you are out foraging, you see a freshly killed carcass of a doe.
Are there obvious signs of what killed it?
Yep.
What does it
Looks
look
like a pack of wolves.
I'm not fucking touching that.
Okay.
He's
Healy,
gonna
you're
look
up.
for something the fuck else.
Okay. You also find what looks like a you see what looks like an area where a pine tree has let loose a lot of pine nuts.
Sweet, that sounds great. You're gonna gather a whole ton of pine nuts.
Which brings me back to my childhood.
Gathering pine nuts?
Yeah.
That sounds tedious.
It was. What is the survival and arcana?
We're figuring out what we're doing for tonight. So
Oh, okay.
she's
It's a secret.
Healy's going to be helping me practice my Arcana again, and
Okay.
just rolled it before interrupting you guys.
All right. So then, Zamtruck, I'm going to say you get half a pound of pine nuts.
Cool.
And that's including the little like tail bits and the shells, so it's gonna be a bit less than that, but and now whoever is setting up camp, especially since it's going to be 2 separate camps, boss, are you helping with Healy's camp setup, or is Healy doing that alone?
All right, Healy. Since we're gonna be like camp buddies, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not very good at it.
That's fine. I'll
So-
make the camps.
I mean, I can try to help, but I might be worse.
That survival was for foraging along the way
Okay.
that I
In
rolled.
the wake of the hurricane the previous night, you do not find anything.
Okay.
So roll me survival for you for setting up your camp, Healy, and then whoever is going to be very nice. Whoever is going to be setting up the other camp, roll. And I'm going to roll for. I hope you can do a little bit better than that, Leafin. Okay. So Leafin did not have bad. He rolled an 18. That's including his proficiency and everything. Is anyone else helping to set up the main camp?
Max actually going to be setting up his own camp. As shoddy as it is.
Wait, what?
Are you setting this up within the main camp, or are you setting this up?
No.
Okay.
On the opposite side of Healy, obviously.
Okay.
I'm not in the camp.
Thank you. I'm well
Opposite
aware.
side of the main
I'm saying
camp from.
if you're
Oh.
on the back side, I'm on the front side. That's what I'm saying, like opposite direction. Why am I doing this?
I don't know.
Opposites.
That's the new sign language for opposite.
Just, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Like Whatever.
All right. So I'm gonna have a couple of the other people from the second expedition try to help. Okay, that's not the worst.
Is my
That
camp still
is-
better?
Yes.
Yes! That's all that matters.
So Zemtarok, without the help that you would normally have, the camp that you guys have for the main camp it's okay. It's not great. It's not bad. It's just okay. Max, yours is it's technically habitable.
That's all I need. all I need.
Technically habitable. Jesus.
And Healy, with you only having to set up your own tent and Boss's bus.
I mean, okay, I'll make my own tent. I'm not gonna make her do like set mine up too, but I'll roll survival. Okay.
Okay.
Like, but camp area, fine.
But with you having to only make a smaller camp area, it's surprisingly easy for you to go about and make that.
I am whelming.
Boss has made a slightly more habitable, but only just so, than what Maximus has made.
He has 2 extra sticks that I don't. I get
Yes.
it.
Yes. But those 2 extra sticks do make a little bit of a difference.
Rossi.
Welcome to the planet.
My mic was
All
dead.
right.
I think. Can you hear
Oh.
me?
Okay, give me just a second.
Yeah.
Nope, that's going to
Ooh.
be... Okay, let me see if I can...
Sam's making a kitchen for him to sleep in.
Oh, okay, there we go.
He's literally going to prepare everything on
Boom.
a table, and at the end of the night, just clean it all off and sleep on it.
Yep.
Oh,
Amaros
yeah.
is just here in time for dinner.
Hey, my man. You timed it well.
Give me just 1 second to move. Move Boss to where he should be. Boom. There we go.
It's
We're doing it live.
That's what we're doing it live.
All right. Welcome in, Rossi.
Thank you. Thank God for
Hopefully-
leftover pizza.
Hopefully you got some good rest.
I did. Yes. It
I don't
just
know
took
if
a
you
while.
caught any of what's happened so far this session.
We kind of been filling him in.
Yeah.
So, all right. So y'all set up camp. Zamtruck, are you making a meal? If so, Max, Healy, and Boss, are you guys partaking? I'm assuming the
No.
other people in the camp, if Zamtruck makes a meal, are partaking.
Max is going
I mean,
to
I'm-
eat his own rations.
Okay.
At this point, I'm also going
I'm
to be
gonna
assuming
join.
anyone partaking, I need them to provide also food into the larder of stuff, because I am going to be just about fresh out of literally almost everything here shortly, because we've been...
No.
No.
You're telling me that you need the
Bag of
super
holding.
thick deadly mushroom,
Oh.
the 50 pounds of boar jerky we have, and the 10 pounds of coconuts.
No, I need like a couple, maybe a pound of coconuts and some of the jerky and other things from other people.
I think technically you still actually have bag of holding since I gave it to you for foraging.
Oh. Well, I have no idea what's in it, so
If I remember correctly, the jerky from the pork, some coconuts, and a whole ass sled.
well, it's a
Don't
complete
forget the ass
snack.
part.
My
Like you cut out. All I heard was my.
My
think it was
mic-
Mike.
keeps dying. Give me a second.
That's
I
okay.
love my mic. Okay. Are you gonna work now? Are you gonna be okay?
The way that you cut out right on front made me think of let's just relax. Turn on the radio. Would you like am or fum?
Yeah.
I'm gonna relog quickly.
Okay, bye.
Cameras are gonna wonk out for a second, everybody. It's okay.
Here they go.
Ah!
Ah!
Half
Okay.
of me is gone, but it's fine.
Is
It's all right. I'm in there with you. Oh,
I love causing chaos. So does my
Hey.
mic.
There we go.
I think it's consistently working now. I
Sounds
need
like
to get a new mic. But yeah,
boss was like, "What?"
so if you were to dig into the bag of holding, you would find 50 pounds of boar jerky, some traveler's clothes, coconuts, a crowbar, a hammer, a python, 50 feet of rope, and thieves' tools. Actually, no, I have the
And
thieves'
a
tools on
sled.
me right now. And a sled. I forgot about that. How much do you think
It was
the
a-
sled weighs?
You guys made it out of some logs, yes?
It was made out of some logs, yeah. So it's like a wooden drag sled.
I'm gonna say that that's probably at least 100 pounds.
Okay.
Probably,
Oh,
It's the
cool.
Dino.
Bessie.
because you guys had made it to where it was able to be kind of like folded up,
Right.
so it's obviously not just whole logs.
Yeah.
But it's hefty. I'm gonna
I
say
mean, we're still
let's say
only using
150 pounds for the sled.
150. Okay, that brings us to we're using like 2/5 of the total bag weight. So
Okay. Well, I was gonna say we could take it out, and the meat that is left over that we have now we can dry tonight. Because there was the deer that Leafin had from. I guess we can call it Camp Broken Friendship now.
broken friendship. Wow.
That's the other part that I love. Camp Friendship is no longer Camp Friendship.
Yeah,
I can
that
just imagine Amorossi waking up and everything's in total shambles, and he's like, "What did I do
Nope.
while I was asleep?"
no, it wasn't you. It was your arch rival.
I am very proud of that. When it all fell apart, it wasn't my fault.
All right. So
You weren't here for it.
we're going to say, because there is now more mouths to feed on this. So
But they are also providing foods.
yes.
I don't know how much foods they have.
If we are
So-
all imminently about to starve, I can do create and create food and water, or food and drink. It's not going to be
I
good
don't
food.
think that's necessarily going to be needed because Leafin got a buck, and a buck is typically going to net about 58 to 68 pounds of meat. Just meat.
See, I headcanon those spells as like it's only as good as your character could cook them to, and Amorossi is a terrible cook, so it
And-
would not taste good.
And
Well, that's the
also,
thing.
Talos had caught 6 trout. So
Yeah,
Oh.
we have fish and meat. We have plenty of meat.
So you guys have meat still from the deer. Ooh,
Being
that looks
that
very
it's-
good.
Oh yeah, it looks great.
Well,
Oh,
are you
okay.
sure? I wanted to watch you eat. Okay.
Being that it's like
champ.
when you do the I'm
Just
gonna
love
make
that.
food,
Super weird.
it's you making it from your mind. I would imagine that you're just imagining the best of Zom's cooking and making that appear magically.
Yeah, I just maybe, but also Amorossi eats dirt on a regular occasion and enjoys dirt, so it may end up tasting like dirt. I'm gonna say that. I think it's gonna end up tasting like dirt. That's his favorite meal. It's gonna taste like dirt from home.
Okay, so Max is
Amarasi
eating.
was raised by dwarves.
Max is eating rations. Boss is eating some dried jerky and rations. Healy's eating rations. So that's half the party that is not partaking. So that means, Samtrock, if you are cooking for everybody else,
Yep.
you're cooking at least 8 pounds
Holy
Oh.
shit!
Okay.
of food.
Not bad.
Damn boy, someone's thick.
For you and the remaining 7 people who would be partaking.
Wait, 7?
Yes, you
Jeez.
found
Second expedition.
the second expedition.
I thought some of them would have died by now. That's like impressive.
As far as you know, one of them did.
Well, I mean, I thought more of them would have died.
Okay.
I didn't really expect them to last that long.
Yeah, well, to them it hasn't been that long, which is
We-
also
Actually,
something we can talk about.
it's actually been longer for them, or less time for them than for us.
Wait, what?
So they've been here. This will be we're going into the third winter that they've been on this continent, but from the time they left to us leaving, it's been 5 years outside of the Pale. So time moves differently here too.
That's cool.
Sure.
MRC is gonna have to do a paper on time dilation now. Gonna pull out that like EMC equals MC squared over here.
Yeah, EMC. Yeah.
Yeah, just EMC.
M&M's. use
MRC
the
is not
MC.
smart enough.
What's in the bag of holding? Just food.
Just food stuff. Okay, it's the
Mhm.
50 pounds of boar jerky, 10 pounds of coconut, and then I have a super deadly thick mushroom that I am holding in my hand. Well, in a bag in my hand. Through all this,
It was smoked boar.
it was smoked
So-
boar. Yes.
So we're gonna use like 4 pounds of that, 6 pounds of that.
Okay. I am moving 6 pounds from my bag.
And like 2 pounds of coconut, and then maybe I'll use a trout.
I was gonna say, Talos offers the trout, and it's gonna be solid like 6 pounds of trout.
I love that cat.
Oh,
by the
cool.
way.
It's all meat and coconut. Everybody's going to either have the most terrible constipation or horrible diarrhea.
You got to just eat some dirt to level it out. You know,
Oh, yeah.
your vitamins and minerals.
All right, so the meal will provide lower protein unless you're also using the jerky, and then it gets.
Well, are we using 6 pounds of jerky? So it's pretty high protein.
It's not. It's smoked boar. It's smoked meat. It was smoked. It's not.
Does smoking it like remove most of the protein? I don't know how food works.
You don't.
It
No,
reduces,
it doesn't remove any of the protein.
It just makes it lighter because it's removing some of the water weight.
It reduces moisture weight. So
Yeah. Okay.
it's a lot. We got a lot of meat. So yeah, we'll do meat foods.
All right. Who is standing watch?
I will, because I haven't done anything, so I'm curious.
Okay. So you are standing watch. Which watch are you taking?
First, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
So we'll take third.
If it's a nat one
Okay.
to start, okay.
Healy and Boss are going to practice Arcana.
Okay. So neither of you are standing watch?
Correct. Well, I'm not. Yeah, but she doesn't need as long of time to sleep, then, so she could, I guess.
That is correct.
Yeah, only 4 hours of sleep for an elf.
I can also set an alarm around camp.
Yeah,
How
but
many alarms can you have set at once?
I think it's a concentration-ish.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you are
Well, no, it's
wait.
no, it's not a concentration. You
It's
can
not.
ritually cast it.
You can, yeah.
So it just lasts for 8 hours from the time you ritually cast it. So if you take
But if you're ritually casting it, it takes 16 minutes to cast. So, I mean, how many?
it's also an area that is no larger than a 20-foot cube.
Yeah, so it's really not.
So
that
it's not
great
going to be
for
around the
a
entire camp, since you have made a camp and you've made it outside of the main camp.
What I really
Yeah.
want to start doing is this.
You could
that's
ritually cast it on like the door to your tent and also the door to the other tents.
Mm-hmm. I'm not putting it on y'all's camp.
Oh, well, there you go.
Y'all's camp?
And you're doing it to be a silent alarm that triggers in your mind, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
And Boss's mind.
So yeah, Amarasi, you've missed some things. So after camp breakup happened,
Wait, camp
Oh.
breakup.
yeah. So if you look on the map in Roll20, where it says Camp Friendship, that is Camp Breakup.
Oh, I thought this was
Oh.
in. You were telling me this in roleplay.
No, this is no.
Okay.
There's
No, this is out
it
of
is
character.
too much. I will abbreviate.
Yeah, give me the TLDR.
Discussions were had with the second expedition about what the hell's going on in the land and other shit. And then apparently, previous evening, Healy was trying to reach out to get some protection for us. But
gonna
was
love this part.
generally and vaguely reaching out, and ended up reaching out to the Not Fool. And when the Not Fool was reached out to,
We lost one.
oh god, are you still here? Okay, good.
I am here, yeah.
We lost.
I think we
Max.
lost
And then
Arma.
when the Not Fool was reached out to, he basically shared that he was displeased, highly, and that the
Oh, he lost.
vagaries about like you all are pissing me off, and I'm gonna, you know, and he was like, well, what can we do to help or assuage your issue? And he was like, don't worry, I already have something happening in place, or I'm doing something for that. I'm gonna take care of you. And she was like, okay, well, what can we do? Like, what's going on? And he was like, it'd be better if you all were fucking dead. And that kind of got shared with everyone the next day, and Max sort of was not happy that Healy had reached out again to the Fool, and that we had this revelation of like, oh yeah, apparently sending a plague after us, which I was like, oh shit.
I could have just not said anything.
You could have, yeah, but it was also the fact that it was like,
I needed to get us moving away from north.
yeah. So, you know, there was impetus there, but whatever. It doesn't matter what the fuck happened. Maximus basically went off the deep end at that point and, like, just was so filled with anger that he walked off and destroyed a meadow or something. And we were like, well, that's not good. So Boss and Leafin sort of were following him to try and figure out what the hell's going on. He came to a river, ripped off his armor, continued through the river to the other side, continued destroying vegetation as he went, freezing it or burning it or hacking at it or whatever. And then abruptly turned around, sprinting back towards camp, and came into camp and basically was like, Healy, give me the goddamn box. And she was like, I'm not, what? No, I'm not giving you the box. And he was like, coming at her. She summoned a bunch of wolves. Basically, combat happened. And he was like, "You're gonna give me the box because you're an idiot, and you know you can't be trusted with it because you know you make poor decisions sometimes." And there was an argument, which became a fight, and the fight became a boss walking over and going, "Hey, I'm gonna get this back to you, okay?" And then took the box from him and ran. So, boss has the box now, but several of us are on it. think-
So, I can I just retcon that during this entire time I was so intently focused on the spear thingy, I just missed all of this.
Probably. We can tell
Is it-
you later.
It's such a cool spear, and it's so dandy.
But you know, all of this entire breakdown of cohesion occurred directly in front of the entire second expedition,
Wow.
who were watching all of this whole fucking thing go down. They're like, "Oh my god, you all are just functional as shit." And I was like, "Well, you know, we're like we have all these skills, and we have a great chef and a great cartographer and navigators and people who can do good things. They just don't gel well together all at once." Whereas, you know, your group has shit skills aside from usually Leaving. You have a psycho cat who is the your meat shield. And a terrible cook. And they were like, fair. And then I think Boss and Healy separated herself from the group, and Boss came back at some point to talk to her. And while they were having a heart to heart or whatever, Zom walked back to the rest of everybody and went, cool. Max, you good? You good? Cool. All right, we're leaving. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's just go. Fuck that box. Let's just go. And then we started heading.
Like, don't actually fuck the box, but you know, fuck.
Yeah, right. You get what I'm saying. So then now we are where we are at Camp Broken Arrow or whatever, wherever the hell we are now. And Healy has set up her own camp 20 feet west or 20 feet south of the camp, the main camp where everyone.
That is so much better than y'all's camp.
And Max has set up a shitty lean-to 20 feet north of the main camp, I believe, or like 10 feet north. He's basically on the opposite side of the camp from where Healy is.
Wow.
It's very like, you know how sometimes in Lifetime movies you have the two siblings and they're just like they're really feuding, and they do weird things like, I'm not going to talk to you. So they talk through other people, or they're like, well, this is your half of the house, so you stay over. That's basically what's happening. Except it was like Keely going, you're not going to tell me what to do. And Max going, I am far more wise and have more common sense than you. And the fact that your plan was, I'm going to rip open the box and eat the heart and possibly
Just
put
because he came after me.
right and put the entire party in danger from that. That's why Zom was like, seeing all this go down, his response was, I'm gonna prepare to miss these steps. So when Max finishes beating Healy into the ground, I'm gonna make sure he doesn't kill her.
I don't I have no idea what to say about this group now.
At least my call lightning into a lake instead of on Max.
With
That
all
was pretty
that
cool.
being said,
Mhm.
who's
Somehow
taking what watch?
I'm taking first watch still, and
Okay.
I'm somehow the least ecological terroristic of the group, I guess, now.
You are steadily becoming one of the more normal.
Yeah, isn't
I-
that crazy?
Yeah, the
You were
guy who
gone and
eats
Horns was
dirt.
gone, and you have now become one of the more sane, along with, I guess.
I think Horns is the emotional heart of this group.
Yes, they are.
And me being gone did not have any major ramifications. Other than I definitely would have fought Healy. But Horns being
Right.
gone just
This was their time to shine and be like, whoa, guys, let's calm down and be friends. And they weren't there.
Yeah.
So this is what happens when you pull out the power of friendship from a children's group and
They disintegrate.
there's no longer power of friendship to hold them together. They just
I think this wasn't pulling out the power of friendship as much as it was like it was the fact that it was mentioned that Healy has a doom box at some point in the past. And Max, I guess, coming to realize that her having that amount of responsibility and power was way too much than should be allowed. And
I mean, yeah. I
step
have
in and he decided to step in and grunkle. And when he stepped into grunkle, Healy was like, fuck you, you're not my dad. And then this went down.
You guys did say, fuck you, you're not my dad.
That
So
It
who's
would've been
taking what
perfect.
watch?
I'm taking third watch. I don't think
Okay.
watches have changed. First watch is on, and third watch is on. And then
So
we need
who's
somebody.
taking- All right, so I'm going to say that Roderick is going to... No, not Roderick. Airlith is going to volunteer for second watch.
Somebody. I forget that there's an entire other group of people.
So
we can just ask.
Yeah. Before Zom just goes, I'm going to take third watch. He's going. Who wants to take what watch? Does anyone want to take third watch?
I'm just gonna raise my hand and be like, I've been sleeping
us.
for the last day, so I'll take first watch.
Talus
say
and
Talus?
Airlith both raised their hand to offer to take watch.
Cool. Talus, can you take? Look, he's going to look at Amarasi and look at Talus and go, Talus, can you take third watch?
I can do that.
And then Zom's like, and here, you can take second watch. Since it's the middle of the night.
All right, so let me roll 2 perceptions.
Zom's going to try and be awake for second watch.
Do you want me to reroll perception? Because I rolled before all of this for 12.
Nope, that's
Or-
fine.
Cool.
All right. So, Healy and Boss, you two are going to be up practicing Arcana.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be up? First of all, Boss, how long do you need to rest for?
8 hours. So if we take like one full shift, I guess that's
Okay.
right.
So are
one
you going to
full-
be awake during the first watch, basically, and then sleep during the last 2?
Yes. For me,
Okay.
yes. I
So
was
then,
like, wait a second.
Healy, you're going to be up for all of that, or are you going to be up and then asleep and then up? Or meditating and then up?
Basically, meditate in the middle.
Okay.
since I only need 4 hours.
All right. Okay. Amarasi, during your watch, you don't hear anything.
Oh, in case you didn't see in the
Yeah,
beyond the
you said you
pale-
don't sleep, right?
well, no, Max is not going to sleep tonight.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, you will be dealing with
Con save for exhaustion, right?
it's a certain number of days. I believe it's your con plus 3 nights, and for every night past that, you begin automatically taking. I think there is a point where
So
you just
it's
automatically take.
a character can go without sleep or meditation for 1 day with no ill effects. For each additional day of sleep deprivation, a character must make a con saving throw. So you can do 1 day, and then you have to make a DC 15 for every day after that. Oh, but it increases by 5 every day.
But Max,
after
you
that.
will automatically be losing 1 morale to fatigue.
Okay.
So, Amarasi, during your watch, nothing happens. All is quiet. Boss and Keely, go ahead and roll Arcana for me. Okay.
I think she already did, right? So we're using that.
Is it
21,
only her roll, or did you
Yeah,
roll
yeah.
as well?
I haven't rolled mine because I didn't know if it was actually gonna.
How did I
play out.
even roll?
20. You rolled a 21.
Yeah.
So a roll from you, please.
Karate chop.
Ooh.
Very nice.
We are sinking our arcane powers.
So
We accidentally
Tell
talked to the
me-
pool.
tell me what you both are.
Not again.
Tell me what you guys are trying to practice. Like, by what means are you guys trying to practice, and what are you trying to achieve with your practice?
So for boss, it's always never been, like I said, about learning to cast spells. It's more about understanding the arcane, the power that's flowing through him. After, like, well, Healy, I forget which 3 dumped the arcane through him. I guess the power's been there. It's kind of actually, in this kind of out of character. After our discussion, I thought it made really good sense. Like, I'm technically proficient in it because the power has been dumped through me, but I still roll poorly on arcane because I don't know how to control it.
Hmm.
So it actually, and that plays out in my stats. So like, it's I get my proficiency bonus, and I'm still only rolling like a +4, +5 because I don't know how to understand it. So that's what I'm always going through, like trying to work with people who but experience the arcane differently. So Max uses it and understands it differently. Keely understands it. I'm going to talk to Rossi, and I'm going to talk to Horn. So that's what I'm looking for. And last time I know we did it, she used us reaching out and touching the living weave inside the continent.
The last time we talked, we
We used the tree, right?
connected to trees. So I'm thinking this time we connect through the air around us. So like grounding ourselves in a full meditation and seeing what all we can feel around us. And I was going to cast Druidcraft to
Did Armas just say poggers?
What?
Poggers play, bro.
No.
I was going to
Okay.
create the harmless sensory effect of falling leaves to like kind of make it feel more like it's a nice daytimey, windy.
Oh, actually, I kind of
Like
that.
set the mood so that you feel more in tune with like everything around, even though it's nighttime.
Hell, and I like how we both explained that. I explained what I was looking for, and you're like, and I can explain how I get you there.
Yep.
Okay.
Like, you sons of bitches.
So grounded, connected to ground since we connected through trees last time for the feeling of everything around. We're gonna
So
go through the avatar elements every time.
So the two of you start reaching out and feeling for a connection with the nature around you, which I'm actually going to say that for Boss it'll be Arcana, for Healy it's going to be
Nature.
nature.
Thank God, not nature for me, because we could just call that right off.
I have a -1 in nature.
Oh shit, both terrible.
I still don't understand why nature's an intelligence check.
I'm going to say oh, okay. So Healy, you reach out with Druidcraft. What do you make with Druidcraft, or what do you do with Druidcraft? You make like a flower
I'm gonna
sprout?
make it. Well, I was gonna do the sensory effect, but it
Okay.
would make sense to try to get flowers to blossom. But since I'm not focusing on one, I didn't know if I had to like focus on an area since it's just like a general around me.
Well, you let me know. Are you going to make...
If I can, I would like to reach out to make flowers blossom, but if that's not a thing,
Okay.
then I would
You-
make it have the effect
So-
of falling leaves.
So you make flowers blossom in the area of your camp.
Mhm.
Yay.
Boss, you seeing this, arcanically, it doesn't quite make sense to you. And that's probably due in part to the fact that it's a strange connection that a druid has between the weave and nature. But it does give you some insight, but not a lot, into the different ways that the arcane can manifest. Afterwards, you go to sleep, boss. Healy, you also go to sleep? Okay.
Oh, can before we scamper off to sleep, Rossi's actually out there still.
Yes.
Can I speak with him, or is there no time?
If you do, I'm going to leave a choice for you.
Okay.
Do you want to keep the small progress that you've made?
Hmm.
And
that's more
cut into your long rest time?
Mhm.
Which means that unless you guys lose some time in the morning, you are not getting a long rest.
Oh, if I talk to him, okay. No, I'll just go
Or,
to
okay. Because I
sleep,
love you
boss.
guys, but I can't always give you everything.
That's true. Oh,
That's rude.
What if we ask really nicely?
I like both sides of the coin. I'm like, that's fair. Rude. Okay.
All right.
I just like blaming you for stuff. It's convenient.
All right. So, first watch passes. All is quiet. Second watch, which is Erlet. Boss and Healy.
Does my alarm go off?
Does a 14 beat either of your ACs?
Bro, what?
Yes.
Boss?
Sorry, I mute myself. Try not to be rude. Yes, it does.
Healy, you and Boss. And that's the wrong music.
It's like you both die. What? Okay.
We have an alarm.
Oh, you do.
Yeah.
An alarm goes off in both your minds as you feel the prick of a needle into one of you, the left arm, that's Boss, and Healy, your back.
I need both of you to make a con save throw. You've both been hit by a dart.
Nice.
Hooray. 0 Constitution.
Same. Oh, 1. Sorry. You okay?
I guess not. I'm gonna use my DM inspiration.
Okay.
Not that that's gonna help too much. Because 0 Constitution. Ooh.
You both
Better
are
than 5.
awakened. And even
Well-
though you both are awakened by the alarm, neither of you can move. You both have been paralyzed. And your eyes are open, and you can see just enough in your view. A man emerging out of shadow at the outskirts of your camp, followed by 2 others. And Boss, you see them rummage through, find the box, take it and Healy,
What?
and
Me?
leave with them. You are paralyzed.
did I do?
You are paralyzed for 1 hour.
So that does raise a good point from Zamtarok. Does 14 see any of this?
It does not.
Well. Aw, shit.
Yeah.
Does not. I rolled stealth for all 3 individuals. I rolled to see during which watch the attack would happen. And this is how it lined up.
May I ask which way they went? Because if they're heading north, I would also like to roll as I am still awake.
You would have to see, but you are on the opposite side of the camp from them.
Oh, I'm saying like if they're coming past me, being able to spot them on the way by.
You can definitely roll perception.
Leave.
I'm so stressed. Where did I go?
Erlith unfortunately rolled a 7 for her
Oh,
perception.
did I roll
for the
that with
watch.
the? No, I rolled.
You rolled that twice for some reason.
Why did it roll twice? I have it on normal. What
I
the
don't know.
devil? Hold on.
Well.
Let me refresh my stuff.
14 probably still doesn't. Actually, I guess for my, well, no, that's fine. Well, I don't know. So since my 11 Constitution doesn't save,
Yeah,
would I be able to roll my knack towards it? D8 adding to maybe surviving, or not being stunned, I should say. Or I didn't want to interrupt you, but it's fine. I like this better.
Can the knack be used for a con save?
It's actually that's a good point. What about you?
I think it's only on
Let me see.
ability saves.
It might be ability saves. That's right. This is a good point, and you've already said it, so. Yep. Okay. So it is a skill with proficiency, so never mind.
So you would not be able to.
Okay.
And this is
Bye.
how Healy winds up in the Tavern of Worlds.
Bye,
Max,
Healy.
you do not notice. Healy, you are whisked away by 3 shadow assassins of the Alahath, together with the reliquary. An hour after, Boss, you finally, the poison wears off and you are able to move.
So I just can't move.
No, you can move now.
No, I mean like when
You're-
I was poisoned.
I
wasn't
believe
that I
with the
was in a
paralysis, like even your mouth can't move and stuff like that.
No, that's fine.
So-
Healy.
I'm not there for you to call out to.
No, Healy and I had a connection and mentally linked for 7 hours. If we traveled half the day, it would have been 4.
Yep.
So would that still be active as she's getting dragged away? Because I don't need to move to psychically talk to her.
As long as, what is it, a mile?
Correct.
And okay, so this is where it becomes difficult. I'm going to make the knee-jerk reaction and say 3 assassins carrying someone and trying to be sneaky.
Mhm.
They are on the edge of that mile away from you after an hour. So they are still within a mile, but you're about to lose connection.
Yeah. Healy, shit. So, and I saw which way they went, or no? No, I just
No.
see them. I just saw them leave the tent. Healy, which way did they take you?
Hell if I know.
From our tent, did they go right, left, straight? You can still see.
I can still see, but do I have a bearing on my direction because they're carrying me?
I'm going to say, and this is I'm going to say that they have carried you in a direction that you are certain you have not traversed yet.
No! I have no idea where they're taking me.
You know that you are not in an area that you have already traversed.
We have not been here. Can I hear water?
Make a perception roll.
Fucking good one.
Are you proud of me for being smart?
I am, yes.
Just roll good perception.
Yeah, please.
You do
Really?
not hear water.
Wait, do you still have an inspiration for this new day?
Nope.
No, because I'm down to
Fuck.
18 because someone fought me.
I will fight you in real life the next time I see you.
All
You'll
right.
have to-
Oh!
So focus. I'm going to jump out of my. I'm going to jump out of obviously the tent. Look up. Where's the moon located? If yesterday was still a full moon, we should still have plenty of light from the moon. Where's it located?
It's a half moon, and it is. I'm actually gonna say that where it is up in the sky, like since you don't have like navigator's tools, you don't know what direction, like compass, north, south, east, west, but you do see a
Did
half moon in
they-
the sky. However,
Did they
the
take
other part
JT Jr.?
is, hang on a second. The other part is you are beginning to lose moonlight because I also rolled for weather.
He'll be that now.
You don't know this in character. Healy, if she uses her Druidcraft,
Druidcraft
might be able
is
to know in
gone.
character.
Mhm.
But on this day, when you guys start, it will already be freezing temperatures, strong winds, and rain, meaning cloud cover, meaning the clouds are already approaching enough to where you're beginning to lose light.
Okay, so Healy, can you look up and see any location of the moon from where is it? To your right, to your left, by your
Also
feet.
check
Also-
the tent for JT Jr.
Also, Healy, you are no longer paralyzed and you're being carried.
I'm gonna jump.
All right, while she's doing that, Boss is going to shout.
Or
He's been
do I do the
Healy's been
smart thing
taken by the
and
Alahath.
just let them
They
keep
have the
holding me?
reliquary.
I'm gonna think on this.
Hang on a second, because both of you were talking at the same time. Boss, what did you say?
So I was gonna mentally ask her if she can see. I'm still trying to get her any orientation, which direction I can get to. I'm going to shout while waiting for her reply. The Alahath have taken Healy. They have the reliquary. As loud as I can.
Max, you hear this. Irlith hears this. She wakes everybody up. You're all now awake. Boss, partway through, you rousing everybody and sounding the alarm. You no longer have a connection with Healy.
Hmm.
She has just left the radios.
All right, who was on watch for the second watch?
That's Irlith.
I'm asking in care.
Oh, Irlith
Yeah.
raises her hands sort of sheepishly.
I'm not going to point fingers because they took me by surprise and I should be the best at it. Did you see them come from any direction that you had?
I didn't see anything. I'm sorry. I'm
That's
so
fine.
sorry.
That's fine. Max, on your end, did you see them come from yours?
No, I was
fighting sleep. I missed her.
Okay.
Damn it, I missed her.
They said Healy let the last thing she told me is took her somewhere they have never been. So if we can start narrowing down, they didn't come from the south. If she didn't see them passing, what is one location we have not traveled?
Boss, you said they took the reliquary?
They took the reliquary.
We need to go north. Now. If
And
the Alahath have it, we need to go now.
Leafin examined the tracks over near the camp that you guys set up next to the camp. And he sprints over. They went north.
North it is. I'm leaving the stuff. The camp. We make haste now, or we lose everything. And I know she just crossed a mile north of us. I can no longer hear her in my mind.
Okay.
If we move at speed, they are probably assassins moving slowly. We might be able to catch them.
So Healy,
Everyone's awake now, right?
Everyone's awake now. Over with Healy real quickly. Healy, so the way that you are being carried is basically over the shoulder of one person.
Okay. So do I
So-
see anyone? Like I look around to see who has the box.
You can see that one of the two, so you're being carried in the front with the other two behind. As you start looking around, you look back and see one of the two. So basically, if they're running in a triangle and you're in the front, the one back and on the right has the box. Real quickly, are you trying to sneakily look?
Yes.
Roll stealth for me.
Come on, Healy.
You just beat what the perception was of the two people behind you. They did not see.
Yes, Healy.
They did not see.
Yes.
But you do hear the one back and to the left say something in a language that you have never heard before. You don't know what it means. And that is where we are going to end today's session.
God damn it.
I keep ending the sessions. This is not fair.